Is the community multiple department
Happy New Year! Happy New Year from Nigeria.
Hey, Moses, can you hear me? Good morning. Happy New Year.
I can hear you perfectly well. In fact, let me quickly send one of our sponsor letter to you, sir. What's it back there? I felt bad for us out there. So we will sponsor one.
Okay, no problem. I'm getting noise on your background, so please.
Yeah. I was okay. I think let me move to them.
Okay, Miriam, I see you. Welcome. Let's keep on sharing the Zoom link so that we have as many people to support, to connect, and be part of this program. Dumebi Kachuku is aware of the program. He already messaged me this morning. SDP candidates, Prince Adewale, they also reached out yesterday. They are also aware. We're 3 minutes to starting. I'm just going to be, playing some music in the background. And
how about Sowore? I think he's also joining.
Sowore said he won't be able to make it because of conflict, but I kept on asking, hoping that maybe anything would change. So hopefully he might join, but not most likely.
Conflict, how? Share with join other candidates or what?
No, conflict with other meetings that he has.
Other meetings. Okay.
So good morning. It's 3 a.m. It's 2:57 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's 8:57 a.m. West African time at the moment. So we have 3 minutes. I'll just be playing music in the background. Please put the word out there. Let's get as many people to join. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As you're coming in, please mute your mic as you're coming in, please. Kindly mute your mic as you're coming in. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, everybody. It's 9 a.m. West African time, 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Shodunke, I see you. I've made you co-host, but you've not yet activated your mic. Please do so. That's one of our hosts over there already joining. I see a lot of people coming. I see our presidential candidate of ADC is already here. Thank you for joining. So we're just going to give another maybe 2-3 minutes for other hosts to join and facilitators. So please bear with me. Your Excellency, Dumebi Kachiku, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good morning, sir. Thank you for joining right on time. We're just waiting for others to chip in. So we're just going to be playing music in the background for another 2 minutes so that we get all our stakeholders onto the call. So bear with us, just 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Host Shodunke, yep. You wanted to say something, Your Excellency?
So what did you say?
Or did you want to say something?
No. Not at all.
Okay. So I'm going to put you on mic. I'm going to put you on mute, Your Excellency. Okay, thank you. So Shodunke, your mic is not active yet. Please activate your mic. If without the mic, you won't be able to speak. That's one of our hosts. I know we're expecting from the rise. Kindly change your logo or your name. I know I'm expecting someone from Church Arise to make some announcement. So please, I see Church Arise project. I hope that's the person that will be speaking on behalf of Church Arise. Can you kindly identify if you're the right person?
Good morning, comrade. And yes, I'm here and I'm the one representing Church Arise. Glad to be here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I'm just going to play music in the background for another, it's already 3 minutes. Can you see? Time doesn't wait for nobody. It's already 3 minutes past the hour. Yes, I can hear you, Shodunke. Well done. Thanks for testing the mic. You can mute yourself right after. I'm waiting. A presidential candidate of SDP is here. Thank you for coming right on time. Prince Adewale Adebayo. I just want to confirm if your mic is active, sir. Your Excellency, are you there? Prince Adewale Adebayo. Your Excellency, are you there?
Yeah, good morning. The organizer, good morning, Nigeria, and happy New Year.
Good morning.
Yeah,
good morning.
Prince Adewale Adebayo will join us shortly.
All right.
But he's very much ready. He will come in very shortly.
Very perfect. I'm just testing the mic. Thank you for responding. You can put yourself back on mute. And I just want to coordinate all my other hosts. So give us, wow, it's already 4 minutes past the hour. So give me another 1 minute to just get all my hosts together. As you're all coming in, please make sure you're muting your mic. Videos are not really required for the audience. That is to conserve data for all other users that's connecting. So please, you do not need to put on your video, right? Especially the audience. Video for the presidential candidates that are part of this debate. Video is optional. You can decide to choose video. You can just decide to use audio. The preference is for you. The same thing applies to all the hosts. Myself and Oba, we're just facilitators. When the time is right, we're going to use the mic for the host to take over. So right now it's 3:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9:05 West African Time. It's an honor to welcome you all to the, well, I'm not sure if this is the first virtual presidential debate of the year 2023. I want to congratulate all of you for for joining, for making it into the new year. Only by the grace of God that we are all alive. We need to all thank God for that. And it's a new year. I want to also, send a goodwill message to all our Christian brothers and sisters for just celebrating the Christmas. I hope family, friends, everybody's doing great and everybody had a great Christmas. And as we look forward into 2023, we pray that, we have a wonderful year ahead of us. So without taking too much time, because we are gonna, we're gonna start the program right off. So I would like a volunteer to give us a 1 minute, hold on, opening prayer from a Christian individual and a 1 minute prayer from the Muslim side. I just seek a volunteer to do that. 1 minute prayer, then we go into the national anthem, then we start the program, we kick off the program. So can I get a volunteer by raising up your hands? Yes, the debate is not yet recorded because we've not fully started. Thanks for bringing that up. I'm gonna hit the record button as soon as possible. Hold on, I need to also check something else while we're on this. Hold on a minute. And guys, you have to bear with me. I'm doing a lot of things simultaneously by myself. So for your information, everybody, we are live streaming on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and on YouTube. I see some noise on the background. If you're coming in, please be muting yourself so that we don't have background noise interfering. Prince Adebayo.
Hello, Mr. Awojide.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Awojide.
Yes, sir.
Prince Adewale Adebayo was earlier, joined earlier via Twitter, but he's waiting on Zoom now. Can you please accept him in the waiting room?
No. I've already configured the Zoom for nobody to be in waiting room, so I don't see him in waiting room. So he's going to join automatically. I don't know which phone he's joining with. Is he joining with the iPhone? I see an iPhone joining.
Okay.
I need to know, because if he's not using his, because I see an iPhone joining and the name is not, I need to know if he's the one. If he's joining via an iPhone. Hello, sir, are you there? Your network is going in. Your network is going in.
Normally, his name is always on.
Okay.
Hide his identity anytime.
Okay. So I've not seen any. Hello.
Yeah, are you hearing me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I will communicate to him.
All right. Yeah. So while we're just fact checking all that, so I want 2 volunteers. Christian prayer first. Anybody can volunteer by signaling by raising up their hands.
Okay, I can take that.
Okay, over to you. 1 minute.
Opening prayer. Christian opening prayer. Okay. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for life. We thank you for this program. We thank you for Nigeria. We thank you for all you are doing for us. We commit this meeting unto your able hands. Please let us have fruitful deliberations. Give us a new Nigeria and let all things work for us. In Jesus Christ's mighty name, we are praying.
Amen. We need a Christian prayer. Thank you for that short prayer. It's right on time, on the time, to be frank. Thank you so much. Can we have a Muslim volunteer prayer? Muslim volunteer, please. Okay, Miriam, go ahead.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. May Allah help us to and discuss important things in this meeting. Good morning to you.
Ami, thank you so much. Ami, thank you so much, Miriam, for volunteering for that. So we're going to go to the next thing on the agenda, which is the national anthem. Miriam, you can lower your hands now since you've said the prayer. So I'm going to play an instrumental for the Nigerian national anthem. That will go on for just a minute, and we will go to the next thing on the agenda. Wow, thank you so much. That's the Nigerian national anthem. I can remember the good old days when I was in primary school. You know, you enter the school compound and the national anthem is being played. Everybody has to stand still. Everybody has to stand still. And, you know, those are, you know, we thought things were tough back then, right? But we didn't know it was going to get tougher. Anyway, just on a lighter note, thank you everybody for joining. I'll just like to welcome everybody once again for the virtual Nigerian presidential debate. And as you're coming in, please mute your mic as you're coming in. So that we don't have background noise. I see a lot of dignitaries joining right now. Back to my welcome introduction. I appreciate everybody for joining. I want to greet all our Christian brothers and sisters for commemorating them for the Christmas celebration. I hope everybody's doing great. And what a fantastic way to start the new year with this presidential virtual debate. I have Prince Adebayo Adewale, the presidential candidate of SDP. I can see you right now. I've seen you. Thank you for joining, sir. Kindly test the mic if it's working.
Hello?
Hello. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining. So I'm just delivering the welcome opening statement. Thanks for joining, and I'll surely get back to you as the program begins. Okay, your mic is not yet muted, just in case. I don't want any background noise to come in, sir. All right, so yeah, we said opening prayers. Thank you, volunteers, for having the opening prayers done. We've played the Nigerian national anthem, the instrumental, and I would like to just introduce the facilitators and the hosts. Right now, my name is Saeed Oyeyemi Awojide, that's my full name. I'm an AADC member. I'm a diasporan that's passionate about Nigeria. I'm passionate for I'm just your regular guy. I'm not a full-blown politician, but I try to chip in my own little way in improving the democratic process and engaging and facilitating different political groups in, having meaningful discussion on social media. My co-facilitator is Babatunde Ogun, aka Oba. Babajide, are you there? Oba, are you there? Okay, I lost him, he's not there. So he's my co-facilitator but we would not be, we have 4 other hosts that will really be coordinating the debate. And those hosts are Adedoyin Oyewo, who's a social entrepreneur. He's an entrepreneur based out of the States. I don't see him on the call yet. It's actually 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time right now. We had a chat yesterday. I'm not sure he's going to join us as we move along. Then I have Florence Idowu, who's an HR specialist, who's also based in North America, and Dr. Ademola Boyele is also not here yet, but hopefully they are going to come. Then I have Shodunke Tomi. Shodunke, can you briefly introduce yourself? Shodunke, you need to unmute your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Good day, everyone. My name is Shodunke Oluwatoyin. I am an entrepreneur, shoemaker, mechanical engineer, and political analyst. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Shodunke, it seems as if you're the only one, you're the only host that's that have logged in right now. So give me a minute. I think you would need to kick off the program. And the debate is pretty much His Excellency, the presidential candidate of African Democratic Congress, ADC, Mr. Dumebi Kachukwu, and His Excellency Prince Adewale Adebayo of SDP, Social Democratic Party. I hope I got the acronym right. These are the 2 presidential candidates that are here right now. We were hoping to have presidential candidate of AAC, Omoyele Sowore. Unfortunately, he had a conflicting meeting. I was still hoping and keeping my fingers crossed that maybe something would happen and he would be able to make it. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. So we're going to jump into the debate proper. And the debate is going to be questions from the host to the candidates. They would be similar questions, the same question will be asked, and the candidates will be given time to respond. I'm going to be your timer. So just watch whenever your time is up, 30 seconds to the end of your time. I'm going to just make a funny sound. So please take note of that. So Shodunke, over to you. You can start the debate. Over to you, Shodunke.
Good day, Your Excellency, sirs. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you from this end.
Okay, sir.
I don't know if Dumebi can hear you.
Compliments
I can hear you.
Season.
So Dumebi, good morning.
Can he hear us? It seems he's not responding.
He can. He responded.
Okay.
I can hear you.
And anytime you can't hear him, I will speak on his behalf. He's my brother.
On his behalf from different parties.
He's just
Don't let me
joking.
come.
Just joking. That was a good one, Mr. Prince Adewale. That was a good one.
So compliments of the season, sir, His Excellency. We are glad to have you here, and it's really a thing of joy, as in when we can talk to our candidates, when they give us listening ears, we are always happy. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk to you. Now, my first question, based on... Yes, sir.
So sorry, I had to jump in.
Okay.
I forgot to introduce our Church Arise. So Church Arise is a non-partisan political platform that's supporting any political structure in Nigeria in presenting candidates that are most viable, right? So Church Arise, so Shodunke, I'm going to come back to you. I want Church Arise to just introduce themselves and just give us I'm going to give them 2 minutes to do that, because we want to, agreement was for them to introduce themselves in the beginning and at the end of the session. It's very important that they talk because they want to help, down ballot candidates across the nation. So Church Arise, 2 minutes. Then we circle back to Shodunke.
Thank you so very much, Comrade Yemi Awujide. Thank you. And I think it's a big pleasure to be here. Big honor as well. Thank you, Your Excellencies. We recognize this is a very big platform we have. So we want to appreciate the hosts and the conveners of this a very, very great debate that is happening on the very first day of the year 2023, which is a strategic year for us as a country. Okay, I think I should just put up my video actually. So the thing is, what Church Arise is doing, just like what Comrade Yemi has said, we are working with all political parties, all candidates, and the generality of Nigerians to our goal. What's our objective? We are presenting to Nigerians. I don't want to use the word trying. We have a very clear goal of presenting to Nigerians the very best candidates across all constituencies. So whilst it looks as though all the attention seems to be on the presidential elections, which is coming up in approximately 4 days from today, we also understand that other positions such as the Senate, the governorship, the House of Assembly, and the House of Reps, they are all very important. And so we have a tool as I speak with you. If the host should have asked for maybe hosting rights or maybe co-host rights, could have just shared with you, just give you a small preview of what this tool we have. Right now, we are putting out the senatorial assessment tool. And what is this tool meant to do? It's presenting to Nigerians with a click of a button. You have access to the senators, everybody contesting, for the senatorial post in your constituency. So we're doing that the same for the House of Reps and other positions. So that what is going to happen with this is that this tool is helping credible Nigerians. We're not putting it in the hand of just anybody. We're putting this tool in the hands of carefully selected respondents, and they are going to tell Nigerians who the best person among the lot, is, and this will guide voters eventually, on the 25th of February when elections for presidents, the presidential and the National Assembly will be held. Nigerians will be better advised, because most people, if you ask them, as far as the elections are concerned, all they're thinking is about voting in the president. That's all they think. They don't even, all the other ones, they think the other people are just supporters, who are campaigning for the president. So they don't seem to understand. So except the elites and a few other exposed persons. So I thank you for this opportunity. I hope maybe later on we'll be able to have the opportunity to, make that presentation. So you see the tool, and we encourage as many willing and available hands to be part of that tool, and that will help us to arrive at our goal of getting the best set of leaders elected across all levels. So once again, thank you for the opportunity. I yield the mic now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Church Arise. Yes, I would be, as we proceed into the program, maybe midway, we can just have a short break, and we'll do a presentation of the Church Arise too. But right now, let's go back to Shodunke. Shodunke will be taking over, and she'll be hosting the first set of questions. I see Nuku, Madam Nuku, I see your hands up. Do you have any question? Do you want to make any comment?
Sorry, I wasn't getting you. I just wanted to introduce myself and then to greet. Good morning, sir, and Happy New Year. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, so back to the program. We're going to go back to Shodunke. Shodunke, you'll be asking the first set of questions. I think we can give maybe 3 to 4 minutes for the presidential candidates to respond to your question. And audience, we want to make this as organic as possible. So you can put in your own questions in the chat. This is being recorded right now. We're live streaming into Facebook, into Twitter, into LinkedIn, and on YouTube. So you can put in your question into the chat. Oba, are you back? Are you here? Because I called you. Oba, are you there? Oba, are you there? Okay, Oba is not responding. So, while
hello, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm
okay, I told you to kindly introduce yourself. I asked for you earlier on.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Good morning, Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. I am coming up from Lagos State, the ADC Lagos State Youth Leader, and one of the facilitators with Mr. Yemi on this presidential debate. I wish us a happy deliberation and Happy New Year.
All right, thank you so much. So, Shodunke, while I engage you, you're next right now. I'm going to push out a poll, right? This poll is just to check the kind of audience that we have here. And we're going to run the poll again at the end of the event. We have our presidential candidates on the call, and we've already done opening prayers. We followed all the protocols. We started on time, and we want to get ahead of the program. So, Shodunke, over to you. Sorry for that long break, but I just missed a few things and tried to get it all in scope. So over to you, Shodunke.
Thank you. His Excellency, Mr. Adebayo, and His Excellency, Mr. Dumebi. Are you there, sir?
Yes, we can hear you, madam.
So, yes,
Right
sir.
here.
With everything presently happening, it's so obvious that corruption is one of the major problems we have in Nigeria. What are your views about what is happening in Nigeria regarding to corruption, and what are you going to do different? How are you going to tackle this? Because it's one of so many, but corruption is actually very, 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 very strong problem in Nigerian political system, even generally in Nigeria, aside the political realm. Over to you, sir.
Well, corruption has many dimensions. For us who are living in Nigeria, it's almost like a culture. And at every level, society, every institution, whether it's governmental institution, whether it's a non-governmental institution, whether it's educational institution, whether it's a domestic setting, whether it's a voluntary organization, you're running NGO, you're running even religious institutions. So it's like the the norm of society has been weakened. And for many of us who are in politics, you will know that there is a lot of corruption in the political system, even the political party management. So even when you are dealing with old or young, even if you are just trying to distribute 100,000 posters to young volunteers, when if there is an involvement of even as simple as little as 100,000 naira for them to go and place the posters, on many occasions you will hear feedback that will suggest to you that even the youth don't trust one another, or somebody will say somebody has cheated them, or so it's a general problem. So now, and when you look at the report card of leaders of Nigeria, those who have served in government and in many leading lights, if we have interview with journalists and all sorts of things, any place you face in the country, we should understand that it's a general malaise. It's a problem that we have as a country. The way China at the time had the problem of the opium. Anywhere you turn, even the judge who will be adjudicating over opium consumption, you will see that at home, he has family members who are suffering from it. You will able to come that even the judge himself might be indulging in it. So it requires a revolution. And that revolution will start from the leadership. So for us who are aspiring to leadership, I think that my primary duty is to start now to avoid running a corrupt presidential campaign. So you would see that from the beginning of running the primaries to now, you can do any research, you cannot point out to one falsehood, one lie, one misrepresentation that we have made in the course of running for office. You can also not find a corrupt person or corrupt money or corrupt influence on our campaign. Then you can be sure that once we get into government, there will be no corruption inside the government, because while it may be difficult for the government to eradicate corruption across the country, one thing that cannot go past a good chief executive, a good president, is the ability to eradicate corruption inside his own government. So you don't need EFCC to fire a minister. You don't need EFCC to suspend or discipline a civil servant. You don't need EFCC to deal with those who are working for you in the State House. So, and I've always said it on many occasions that the government is focusing on EFCC and all of these things as a way to distract. A good government that wants to discipline its people will discipline. So I don't need the FCC to fire a policeman who collects a bribe. So there are enough mechanisms within the government to deal decisively. So those are the things which we need to achieve. But to achieve that, the people of Nigeria need to elect a president who is not coming to power on the strength of corrupt money and corrupt influence. Because this is what I find as an irony, that people complain about corruption, but they immediately want you to be corrupt. So they say, well, we don't want a corrupt government, but they want you to give them a lot of money in order for you to win primaries in your party. Even your own party members want you to bring a lot of money, which you either conjure the money magically or you can steal it, because there's no honest person who is 50 years old working who will have the kind of money they are expecting me to have. So we start fighting that from now. People want you to give them wrapper all over the country. You are magically to provide 3 million t-shirts and all of this. These are not normal things that nobody can do it. I have friends in the US who run for election. Recently, I helped my friend Tom Perez, Obama's former Secretary of Labor. He didn't have, in the entire election, Tom Perez did not have up to $10,000 of his own, to put in the electoral election when he was running for governor of Maryland. So we were going around doing programs for him, trying to raise funds for him, $20 here, $100 there, and all of that. So
5 minutes,
5 minutes,
40 seconds, sir. Sorry, 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Maybe you could wrap.
Yeah, so in the wrapping up of it is that the way to fight corruption, for me, as a lead person, once I become president, is already doing it now by making sure I don't follow the corrupt way. And once we get in, we discipline our government, then the challenge will now be, or the civil society, for us to now deal with corruption on the street. Thank you.
So the same question, Shoduke, the same question will go to presidential candidate.
Yes, yes.
And I'm going to try to give equal number of time, 6 minutes, over to His Excellency, Dumebi Kachuku. Over to you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have a good voice.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me say this, that corruption is a symptom of a larger problem and not the problem itself. It's just like when someone has malaria, fever, headache is a symptom. So corruption is a symptom of a larger problem. And what's that problem? The inequities, the inequalities, the faulty foundation we have in the structure of our nation, right? Those are the root problems. And what we see as corruption is a symptom of the root problems we have in our country, institutional failures and what have you. Okay, how do you now address corruption? You need to tackle the root problems. If the foundation is faulty, you will definitely have a cracked building. Corruption is a crack you see in the building. So we need to tackle the inequalities and inequities we have. We need to tackle the divisions we have as a people. We have a country that was joined at independence as a business by directors. And now everybody's mining that company. We don't see ourselves as a people. We don't see ourselves as a nation. So everybody's trying to get what they can get out of this country called Nigeria. And because people don't believe in the nation, everyone is doing what they can do for self. We need to tackle these institutional and structural problems so that we can tackle corruption. So imagine a situation where you are paying a wage of 30,000 naira. How does the person expect to survive when his actual cost of living is nothing less than 80,000 naira? This is the government paying that person that amount of money. So the economy or the naira is not strong enough to support that 30,000 naira, and the money person gets is not enough. So what does the person do? You force the person to go out there and to do whatever is possible to survive. This is inequity, this is inequality. So we have things like this, and what government keeps on doing is trying to throw things like FCC, ICPC, the police, and what have you, to deal with the symptom, but they don't want to deal with the structural problem itself. Nobody wants to deal with that. And that's why when I say that I want to give Nigerians a country that works for everyone, that gives people meritocracy above mediocrity, that says to everyone, the child of the poor, the child of the rich, you are one under the green, white, green of our flag. That says to everyone, rich or poor, you deserve to drive on good roads. That says to everyone, doesn't matter what part you come from, Kafan Chan, be you Bibio, be you Yoruba, be you Hausa, you deserve to be safe in your country. Your families deserve to be safe. We need to deal with these structural problems. And when we deal with these structural problems, then you will find out that people find less need to do corrupt things or practice corruption. Their salaries will be enough for them because they believe in Nigeria. They will work for Nigeria against working for self. You find that our leaders now, what do? They don't believe that the country is going to be there by the time they leave office. So what do? They try and look as much as possible to insulate, to protect themselves against the problems they are creating on a daily basis. Let's deal with the structural problems, first of all, and then you'll find that corruption will then be jacketed when we put in processes, systems in place. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. You did that under 4 minutes. Wow, thank you so much for that. So Shodunke, I just sent you a couple of questions, follow-up questions that came up from the Zoom. Do you want to take that? You want to add that to your plate as you proceed? Shodunke. Shodunke, are you there? Maybe you're talking to mute. Don't talk to mute. Okay, I've lost Shodunke.
Can
Okay.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So I'm trying to check the message. Okay. So what will do to the multiplicity of security agencies with overlapping rules? What do they think about regulation of the media? Okay, so we take it, be it social media or traditional media.
So Shodunke, let's take it one at a time. So the first question,
what will you do to the multiplicity of security agencies with overlapping rules?
In reality, they are not overlapping. They just need to be coordinated and streamlined. So the Office of National Security Advisor is the coordinating center. So everyone has their role. The only problem I see is that, one, lack of professionalism is making them to become too feasible. Two, everybody is trying to grab money. So if there's an activity that is lucrative, they tend to go towards that. Three, because the government itself is consumer of the security agency's time. So if the president is traveling, DSS will be there, police will be there, road safety will be there, civil defense will be there, anything, army, navy. So we need to just streamline them to see that each person faces their work. If you look at the laws setting them up, you are not even supposed to see DSS people. They're supposed to be in the background like Secret Service in the US. You're not supposed to see them. Yeah. If you have a disagreement with the government, they're not supposed to arrest you. If they think that you're doing something wrong, they're supposed to just investigate it quietly and then give the police a tip. It is police that will come to your house and say, we need to see you at the nearest station. So we need to coordinate all of that. And civil defense, they're supposed to protect national assets all across the country, and also prepare the civil population to defend their communities. So many of the things you see people do with vigilante and all of that, that's supposed to be civil defense job. So of course, the Army, Navy, and the Air Force, they're supposed to be in their barracks and their naval bases to try to protect Nigeria against foreign enemies mainly. So we'll streamline them easily, as long as you put a professional person, not a politician, in the office of the NSA. And there's something called Joint Intelligence Board. They always meet. And the president, as commander-in-chief, is commanding all of them. So I don't see any problem there with streamline and professionalize them. Their job is to serve the country and to serve the people.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your Excellency, Mr.
So hold on, Shodunke. We still have a little time for His Excellency Prince Adebayo. Prince, just a follow-up. The same follow-up will be for His Excellency maybe Kachuku too. Since we are on the topic of security, Prince Adebayo, do you think multi-level policing would solve the security crisis that we are facing? If your answer is yes, how do you think you'll be able to achieve that if you are elected into the #1 office of Nigeria?
Multi-level policing is the only way, because you have multi-level legislation. So it's incongruous to get IG of police to go and enforce the local government market ordinance. So me. Okay, so like what happened in Lagos recently, where within Lagos, a policeman purporting to enforce Lagos law, in the process killed a Lagos woman, which is an offense under Lagos law, homicide. And then the governor of Lagos had to go to Abuja to go and plead with the IG of police to take action. Where is it done? Doesn't make any sense at all. How can a sovereign leave his territory and go? So that shows to you that Lagos State, if it wants to continue to have a law against homicide, must be able to enforce that law within Lagos State. So what I will do as president is to immediately issue an executive order which will reorganize the police and make sure that the police in every state is immediately answerable to the governor of the state. And then only the federal operations will be answerable to me as commander-in-chief. I can do that. Then I will now approach the National Assembly to amend the Police Act and possibly work with other governors and state legislatures so that we can amend the Constitution to allow states to establish their own law enforcement mechanisms.
Thank you so much, sir. So the same questions, I think you've done everything under 5.5 minutes. So same question to His Excellency Dumebi Kachuku. The questions are just a rebuttal. What will you do to the multiplicity of security agencies with overlapping roles? And do you think multi-level policing would solve the security challenges in Nigeria? Over to you, 6 minutes.
Okay. Looking at the different agencies that have overlapping functions, what we need to do is to have the National Assembly do their job. Okay. They need to look at all the laws governing each of those agencies and see where they are overlapping or see where they have similar functions, and then streamline their functions so that they are working efficiently. Okay. We also need to have know who is coordinating security federally and on a state basis, so that where you have issues of overlap between sister agencies, they can then smoothen the frictions that will generally arise. Talking about multi-level policing, the pros and cons are there. Most people believe that if you have state policing, the governors will abuse this, seeing how they are abusing the state electoral bodies and everything else, okay, just for to suit their own selfish ends. That's why that's why the federal government is saying, oh, let's retain the structure we have currently. But the federal government is also still abusing that structure. So what must we do? My friend and brother here said, it's multi-level policing is long overdue. You cannot have a situation where people go somewhere that they don't know the people, they don't know their cultures, and say they are enforcing the law there. Absolutely not. You have a situation where Nigeria right now, where people commit a crime, and because they are certain tribes, they leave them, right? And because they say the CNC is this person's kit and kin, and what have you. That will never happen if you have multi-level policing structure. Okay, so it's long overdue. We must do it, but we must also think about how do we ensure that we insulate that structure from abuse. How do we ensure that a state governor does not abuse the state police structure? One of the things we can look at is ensuring that the police chief in every state is also elected for a 2-year term, so he knows he's answerable to the people. Right? We make sure that the laws are clear, so that it's easy for him, or it makes it easy for him to understand that without the people, he cannot be in that office. So he knows that his number one responsibility is to the people and not to not to any governor. So once we start trying to put in place structures around state policing and local government policing, we will find that Nigeria will get better. But ultimately, we must all understand that everything begins and ends with having a society that's working in the first place. because we can put all these things in place. But as long as society is not working, people will act like animals. So we need to ensure that we build a just society, an equitable society, a fair society that gives a fair shake to every individual, irrespective of color, irrespective of creed, irrespective of tribe or religion. That's what we must first and foremost do. Then all these structures will now overlay this. Thank you.
Shodunke, I think we might need to do a rebuttal again on security, because I'm getting another security question on the Zoom that's a little more. Who is this? Who is this? So I'm going to remove this person. I'm going to remove this person. I've removed the person. Okay, let's just get back to, sorry about that. I think we've just got some unwanted people on the call. Okay, so the question is, this is a rebuttal back to SDP presidential candidates. He said, this question is from James Malu, ADC candidate in Benue State. Insecurity is a challenge all over the nation. How do we tackle that of farmers and herdsmen with a view to boost productivity and promoting economic growth? So 2 minutes to each of the candidates. So His Excellency Prince Adebayo, over to you, 2 minutes.
Okay, what we call herders versus farmers is actually government versus the people. Because both the herder and the farmer are farmers. They're in agriculture. They are both into productivity. They're both trying to produce food for us. Now, and it's very clear that the two of them cannot coexist in one space. If you are a farmer, you want a stable, if you are a crop farmer, that is what they call farmer in Nigeria. If you are a crop farmer, you want to grow your plants and ensure that they can grow. If you are a herder, you want to go around and eat anything that is green. So the two of you cannot be in one place. So basically what we need to do is just to streamline it. It was done before in the colonial time. It was done immediately after independence. Even when Aparaku, the Second Republic, was governor of Benue State, there were herders there and there were farmers there. So it's a failure of the federal government because there are elements in the federal government that are biased in favor of the herders, but they're not helping the herders in the long run. What the herders need are spaces where they can grow their cattle and a different way to grow their cattle. And in communities where both herders and farmers live, we need to allow the local authorities there to delineate for the herders where they can go, where they cannot go. The idea of open season, where you go wherever you like, is not acceptable. And also, it goes back to the original earlier question. The state government, in some states, the state government have solved the problem, but they don't have power to enforce it. So in the end, if the herdsmen have guns and the governor of the state only has the law, there's nothing he can do. He will still rely on the federal government's police to intervene, and they don't intervene as quickly as we expect them to do. So this is a very easy problem to solve. The Mietiala people, they are mostly visible and identifiable, and they can be controlled. And the farmers need to be protected, and there should be a general insurance against any damage to any farmer's farm, and that should be taken from everybody. There used to be a jangly tax, which was very common in northern Nigeria before. And if you damage anybody's crop, the money will be paid from that. So there are many other mechanisms where you have sincerity and you are not politicizing the problem. It's a very easy problem to solve.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, Dumebi Kachiku, over to you, 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Hi, please, can you repeat the question again?
So the question is, insecurity is a challenge all over the nation. How do we tackle that of farmers and herdsmen with a view to boost productivity and promote economic growth?
Okay, it's very simple. We've always had farmers and herders clash going back decades, but it's instructive that it's escalated under the watch of the current president. And earlier on, I said something about when people believe that their kith and kin are in office, and because of that, they can abuse the laws or violate the laws of our country, and nothing will happen to them. But this is 2023. Does it make sense that we're still talking about open grazing in the year 2023? As president of Nigeria, I will encourage all state governments to pass laws that prohibit open grazing. But beyond just passing laws that prohibit open grazing, I will tell them that they should ensure that their state health authorities pass regulations that ensure that only meat from registered ranches can be sold in the markets. So if you cut off the fuel of the economy, because as much as we complain about the life that have been lost due to farmer herders clash, we are still farming this business. We are still supporting this business by continue to buy this meat. But what we must do is to ensure that people who are involved in this economy make the requisite investment in modern day ranches. Can you hear me? Are you still with me?
Yes, sir.
Hello, are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So people who own cattle must invest in modern day ranches, and state governments must pass laws that ensure that only meat from a registered ranch anywhere in Nigeria, that's the only meat we must sell in registered abattoirs or meat shops. Were you to do this, that is no longer profitable, it's no longer fashionable for anyone to be doing open grazing, because they know that whatever they do, that cattle cannot be sold in any part of Nigeria. State governments must also put in place the enabling environment for these people to have what we call ranch parks in different states in Nigeria, right? If people want to have ranches, make it easy for these people to come and rent or buy land in a ranch park where they domicile their cattle, rear their cattle in modern ways, and you are now able to use modern technology like RFID to track the cattle from farm to fork. This is what we must do. Why are we letting hundreds, thousands of people die needlessly over archaic practices? It does not make any sense whatsoever. So we must do what is right. We hear our president all the time talking about grazing routes that have been there for decades. That does not make sense to anybody. You cannot be speaking about an old archaic practice when you can put in place modern practices to combat your modern day problem. And the way we combat this problem is by putting in place enabling laws so that everyone within that ecosystem can function peaceably, effectively, and profitably. Thank you.
Thank you so much, candidates. Well said. Shodunke, over to you again. Sorry, I took over. I'm going to step aside now. I'm not gonna intervene. Shodunke, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Said. Your Excellency, I was so the question There is one question I wanted to take. Let me check out the question. Before I go ahead, there is this question that someone was asking. There are 54 days before the presidential election. Unless something out of the ordinary happens, the Nigerian voters are set to elect one of the three top presidential candidates. If that should happen, what will you do in the next 4 years to position yourself for next time? I feel this is a good question.
Well,
Your
number
Excellency.
one,
Yes.
how do we know the top three candidates? We don't know. We only know the top three people shouting the media. So that's number one. So you can, until you start voting, I say that because last month in December, we had the local government election in Niger State. And I hadn't been there for some time, but we're working with our people in the grassroots. And all these big parties that are making noise, the one they are saying is gaining a lot in the state. When we went for the election, SDP, we won decisively in our local government. We became the local government chairman. We won 12 councilorships. And in many places, we did very well. So, and the media did not even mention the fact that Niger State had election, and SDP was the only party other than the ruling party that won a whole local government to itself, won councillorship here and there. Up to now, they're not talking about it. So let us not dwell too much on what they say. Let us wait till the election day. Secondly, it's my job to make something to happen between now and election. That's why you see me, 3 a.m., I'm here talking to you. So, so we do everything. This kind of question is only valid after the election day. But for now, I believe that we can still make the election happen. Forget about all these things going on in the media. We are now working in the grassroots. We know what they are looking for. We know the enthusiasm is there. And so let us go and see. But in the event that you get to the election and you don't have victory, if your aim is to serve the public, even for me personally, if on the election day, I am the winner, the job has just started, because the job of changing Nigeria, victory for me is not election day. Victory for me is when I can deliver on the goods that I promised the people, when I can change the fortune of the country, when I can institute a new government in Nigeria that Nigeria can be proud of. So, and if on the other hand, one does not win, it's the same spirit. The journey is a long journey. It's a very long journey. So we'll continue and we'll push it. I don't see any reason why whatever happens on election day will be seen as the end of the road or anything. Even if I win, that will be the saddest day of my life, because I now know I have to carry the burden of the country. And if I lose, it's also the beginning of a struggle. So it's a long journey. I took that decision when I was this year, last year when I became 50 years old. I said to myself, you know what? Maybe if you live another 30 years, 50 years, just use the rest of it for public service. Stop trying to make money for yourself and better your own life privately. So it's a long journey and we are on for it.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, sir, maybe. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here. I'm glad you used the word, the three leading candidates. Let me tell you what's going on in Nigeria for a lot of people. Less than 2 weeks after the primaries for presidential elections, certain sections of the media, less than 2 weeks after, were already touting, saying 4 leading presidential candidates. No polls had been done, nothing. They were touting 4 leading presidential candidates to Nigerians as a whole. Do you know what they were doing? They were doing what you call subliminal persuasion, putting it in the minds of people on a daily basis, that out of the 8 candidates, look at only these 4. The rest are not serious people. Every day you will see on the montage of different TV stations, front page of papers, what they will do is to put the pictures of these 4 people, right? And say that these people are the only serious people contesting. because you see them all the time, you hear them talk about them, and then Nigerians said believing in this lie. It's called the big lie. They said believing in this lie, that those are the people. Now, out of the 18 people, the four people they called leading candidates are people who have all held office in the past. They've all held office in the past. Were Nigeria to be working, I and my brother Prince here will not be running for office. We'll facing our businesses. We'll not be on a rescue mission. We'll be facing our businesses. But because these four people failed, they failed to perform when they had opportunity. That's why we decided to, who every day is reporting the failures, the systemic failures in our country, is positioning these four people as leading candidates. That is the travesty, the tragedy of the current electoral process. And then we'll see INEC shouting every day, and shouting about, what they will do. And every day you are seeing these people, you are seeing them giving out rights, different things to induce the electorate. And the INEC that says they will do everything to ensure we have fair and fair elections, you've not seen them act one day, you've not seen them do anything about this at all. These people have violated every known, every part of our electoral process, and this INEC has done nothing. So what do you guys expect from these elections? We already know that we have an election that is going to, that won't be fair and fair. We see that already. One thing Prince didn't tell you guys is this: they are making a big mistake in trying to count us out very early. In the next couple of weeks before the election, I bet you, whatever it takes, we will shake up the electoral space. We'll let Nigerians know that, you know what, that this is just a complete travesty, that they are being scammed, again. It's not about what will you do to position yourself 4 years after. The question is, will we have a nation if we let one of these people become president of Nigeria? Official figures for inflation today are above 20%. Over 100 million people living in the poverty bracket. Over 50 million people unemployed. How long do you guys think that the poor people are going to be holding on to the structure, the firmament of our country? The day these people decide to react, we no longer have a nation. When do you think that will happen? 10,000 naira minimum wage can no longer feed people past 1 week. When do you think that will happen? Every day you leave your house for a place of work, you don't know if that's the day you come out and see that the streets are burning. NSAS was child's play compared to what will happen next. This is why we cannot make the mistake of having any of those people. No matter what you call them, leading candidates, whatever you choose to call these people, they are not competent. They have got nothing to offer. They don't have a world vision for a modern Nigeria. These guys have absolutely nothing to offer. Absolutely nothing to offer. It's not about 4 years later. What we will do is about trying to save Nigeria so that we have a nation in the next 6 months. That's what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, presidential candidate of ADC. Shodunke, I just want to chip in. We have one of our hosts just joining. I know the time zones could be very confusing when you're trying to put up a meeting that cuts across multiple time zones across the globe. So Florence is one of our hosts, Florence Idowu. So I want to give you 1 minute to introduce yourself. I know I've been bringing you up to speed in the back end on the questions that's been asked. Yes, we're still going to follow. We're still going to follow the Twitter. Who's that? Some background noise is coming from somewhere. Sorry about that. So guys, audience, please, when you're coming in, please mute your mic. We're not entertaining video, so kindly don't put on the video. So Florence, we're still going to entertain the questions from the Twitter space. So that's for your information. So kindly introduce yourself, 2 minutes. Over to you, Florence. Quick introduction, then we continue with the questions.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Florence, popularly known as Dr. Ademola's co-host. But I'm here today. I'm an HR professional. I'm very big in the human capital. I talk a lot about human development, labels, relations. But I'm here to be a co-host for the for ADC, actually, not AAC, for ADC, and I'm excited to be on this journey with Mr. Said and the other host. I have had the pleasure to speak with both candidates that are present today, and I'm very excited again to talk about them and learn more about their plans for Nigeria. Yes, I'm in the United States diaspora, and it is like 3:11 a.m. And thank you for having me, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Florence. Really appreciate it. I know it's really difficult. It's the love for the country that makes us get up in the middle of the night. Literally, when I went to bed at 10 p.m., I was like, oh, I don't want to sleep over the time. So my one eye was open, one eye was closed. I was just like, I don't want to miss it. And thank you for joining. I really appreciate you taking time out.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I see two hands up. Oba is one of our facilitator. Oba, do you want to say something? Oba, are you there? No response.
I'm here. I'm here. I have a question for presidential candidates.
Yeah, so before we go to the audio questions, I see two hands up. That's why I've not acknowledged those two hands up yet. I want to leave the voice questions to the later, right? We're getting a lot of questions coming in by text, and I'm just updating it in the back end. So let's leave the voice questions to the end. So Kabiru, I see your hands up. That's why I've not engaged you. And I put it in the chat that if you have questions, if you want to put it in written, just put it in the chat and we'll take it up. All right. So there's a poll that was sent out to everybody. We want to run that poll before and after the debate, so that we get some, kind of data before and after. So kindly respond to that poll. So we have 42 people joining right now. I see the number is rising. Keep sharing the space. We're live on Twitter, live on Facebook, live on YouTube. Presidential candidate of Social Democratic Party, Prince Adewale Adebayo, is here. He's been answering the questions. Likewise, presidential candidate of African Democratic Congress, Dumebi Kachuku, is also here. They're answering the questions. The theme of the debate is solution to Nigerian challenges, right? And we've been talking a lot about security. We've talked about security. We talked about multi-level policing. We've questions that has been asked about herdsmen. How do you solve insecurity of herdsmen to lead to increased productivity? We spoke about multi-level security agencies that are overlapping. And I think the third question has not been asked. So let me give it back to Shodunke. Shodunke, you have Florence as your co-host right now. So the two of you can do your handshake in between. So over to you, Shodunke. Shodunke, don't talk to muted mic.
Okay. Sis Florence, thank you. Now, at least I have someone we can tackle the candidates together. So, my second question is, you know that for the youth, if you have something going for you, if you have what you are doing, it will be difficult to buy your vote. all this buying of votes, selling of votes, giving people rise and do incentives just to get their votes is because a lot of people don't have something going on for them. And they believe if they don't get it now, after they get to the office anyway, with or without them, they won't have access to them again. So they try and collect things, like Nigerians will put it that this is our time. When elections is coming, that is when we have the time to exploit these people. But when you have something going on for you, you have your own work and your own job, it will be difficult to buy your work. I just want a good healthcare system. I just want a system that works for everybody. I just want a system that works for everybody so that a lot of people, a lot of families will not depend on me. So this brings me to the question, how do we intend to tackle all these educational problems that we are having and unemployment? Though we intend to tackle unemployment and the educational, how do you intend to revive it? Because our educational system is gone. We have to be true to ourselves. It's gone. So how do you intend to revive this? And unemployment, how do you intend to tackle this? Then my co-host can come in. Your Excellency, sir, over to you.
Well, you had a very interesting prelude there, which appears as if you are suggesting that people are collecting bribe to vote, people are collecting rice because of unemployment, and then at the same time, how do we solve unemployment? So if people don't elect a good government, they will never solve that problem. People have been collecting rice for a while now. It doesn't solve the problem. And I don't agree that it is a lack of food or lack of employment that's making people to collect rice and things like that. No, I don't think so. A lack of value is indiscipline, because the same people, they will trek to their church. They will, despite their unemployment, they will donate money to the church. If there is a miracle center, they will all go there. They will save money and go for Malud. If they are Muslims, they fast during Ramadan. Despite their poverty, they will fast for 40 days. So I think that people haven't learned to connect what they do on election day with the long-term consequences of what's going on in the country. The people have not owned the democracy. So it's our job to educate the people to value the democracy. However hungry a mother is, they will not sell their child, but they can sell their vote. But the destiny of their child depends on the vote. So, and also, I've seen many people who are well-to-do, who collect money. Delegates collect thousands of dollars to vote. Not that they are hungry. There are judicial officers who collect bribe to give judgment. Are they hungry? There are senior police officers who collect money to facilitate rigging. So we should not excuse bad behavior on the basis of hunger. And you go to other countries in the world where even their poverty is worse than ours, they still manage to conduct elections. So I think our people should be very careful, extremely careful about this cultural decay that we are now giving excuses to. But the way to handle unemployment, we have a job plan. I have a 30 million job plan, which will come within 18 months, even though media started shouting, oh, it's too ambitious. Well, if you are used to people without ambition, that's your problem. But for us, we know where the jobs will come from. It comes from agriculture, comes from massive investment in housing and urban renewal. It comes from filling potholes on roads all across. I've done experimental projects of filling potholes and everything in my hometown, electrification. How many jobs I created in the process. So long and short of it is that unless we get elected, you cannot expect us to create employment. And unless you stop collecting bribe and and money, then you cannot have a good government. So the most important thing to tackle is for our people, for the first time, to make up their mind to vote for a good party, a good candidate, and then wait for that candidate to perform. There's a lot of noise in the background for.
Yes, I'm trying to remove that person. We have an intruder. So hold on, I'm trying to fish him out. I think he's gone now.
Yeah, I did a report and removed. So
all right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hold on.
When did he? Your Excellency, sir. Before your Excellency, Mr. Dumebi respond, I just wanted to respond to a few things that you said. It's in the news, even if not almost every day. People are selling their children for 50,000 naira, 100,000 naira, because they have orders they can't feed. So they're actually selling out their kids to get money so they can feed others. We can't really cancel the fact that there is hunger in the land. I understand that we also have a part and a role to play as youth to resist these things. I have a lot of youth. I am from Ogun State, working for Dapo Abiodun. 90% of the people working for Dapo Abiodun administration are youth. And most of them, we grew up together. And every time there is a problem, and I tell them, you people are there, why are you not doing this? Why are you not doing that? It's always about, we can't speak against the government we are working for. And I'll be, whoa, if you can't speak, why can't you leave? Do you have a job for me? That's what they ask me. I use the mic, sir.
Okay, if we don't want to change our government, then we cannot run out of excuses. It will always be a reason. When the military were in government, there are people who are serving in the army, who lost their career, lost everything, went sentenced to death, just to make sure we have democracy. There are people who lost their business. But there are people who tell you, oh, I'm a military contractor. My wife is working in the army. I cannot take risk. The same reason during colonial time. There are those who say, oh, maybe the colonial people should not go because I work in the colonial government. So you always have excuses. The most important thing is to ensure that even there are extreme minorities who are, for some reason, doing something extreme, like what you have referenced now. It should not be a common thing. That is to say, if you have 1,000 youths somewhere and you are asking them how they want to vote, the 800 will be influenced by money. That's a cultural malaise we need to address. And I was in Ekiti during our election there. I saw how young people who had no responsibility of any kind, undergraduates who were still in school and the school is on strike, they had no children. They were 19, 20, all collecting 5,000 and dancing. So, and I interact with people now. I see how many focus on it. So we must do this education. And I don't want us who have influence on them to start helping them validate the excuses that they give. We give a lot of support. I've spent more money on charity than I've spent on politics. So I'm not insensitive to people's needs. But it should not become an excuse, because it could also be an excuse to be a thief. It could be an excuse to rob a bank. It could be an excuse to join a cult. You can always use any situation you have in life as a motivation for revolution. You can also use as an excuse for degeneration. Why is it that things that should make people angry and very determined to change the government is now being used as an excuse to retain the bad system. So I think that we should do a cultural awakening. Otherwise, the children of Israel will remain in Egypt and say, I can't lose my job. How do I leave Pharaoh? What can Moses do for me? You know, I'm the nanny to the Pharaoh's daughter. So why should I leave now? I work in the Egyptian army. Why should I leave? So I think that it's a very bad attitude, and we should. Okay, why should I not say I'm a lawyer? I want to get a job from Buhari government. Why should I go against APC? I have property in Lagos. I don't want Tinubu to charge me tax. I too can give excuses. So anybody can give an excuse. So I think we should just wake up, realize that God purposed Nigeria to be a great country, and all these temptations. There are many people who are wealthy today, and they will whispering to us because they owe AMCOM money. They owe money to banks. They will say, I will have joined you. And there are many people I talk to, I'm a commissioner in Kaduna State, you know, and that's where I'm feeding from. But what you are doing is correct, but, you know, I cannot go against it. Everybody gives excuses. So it's not only the poor that can give excuses, the rich too. Many of them are on lifestyle that depends on continuing to support the government. So if everybody gives all these excuses, the country will go down. And at the end of the day, if the country breaks down, I was a United Nations commissioner in Liberia after the war. In the war, everybody was giving excuse. How can I do this? God, they all died. So even you with your hunger, if the country goes to war, it will be worse. So you need to do something. Those who were hungry 2 years ago in places where there was no terrorism, now there is terrorism in the place. On top of the hunger, they are being killed, they are being displaced. So however bad your situation is, you still have the common sense. It's not the hunger of that one day, on election day, that is going to determine your entire life. So on that day, it's an excuse for you to get out of this situation and to vote for a political party and a candidate that can put a permanent stop to the problems that we are facing. That's my attitude, and that's the message I give to people when they tell me they have this economic problem. I always tell them, so this is why you should be motivated. It's because of people like you that we are coming out to run. And if you don't encourage us, if you are expecting us, there's a problem in psychology called sociology, fallacy of moral equivalence. If you don't know the difference between the thief and the police, you don't know the difference between the right and the wrong, you don't know the difference between the villain and the hero, you don't know the difference between the rescuer and the victimizer, then you have lost it. If you don't know the difference between a political party and a candidate that is coming to help you, and the one that puts you in the position where you are asking each person to give you wrapper, each person to give you money, each person to give you rice, then you don't know the difference between the two of us. Then you don't deserve to be rescued. So the first thing I need to do is to let you know the difference. You know, Harriet Tubman, who was rescuing slaves from their enslavers in the south of the United States, she said that she will rescue more if they knew they were slaves. She had more problems coping with the slaves than with the slave owners, because the slaves will not follow her. They will say, well, okay, how do I eat on the way? If you are going to rescue me and take me all the way to Canada, how will I eat? What happened to my property? And things like that. So only those who allow her to rescue them that she rescued. Others were even reporting her to the people who were their plantation owner, that this troublesome woman, he said I should run away with her. So that's the mentality we have now. And we must talk to our people to get out of that, because those who are enslaving them, those who are impoverishing them, are increasing the poverty for that reason, that don't mind them. I've been in the midst of politicians. They will tell me, don't worry, you are blowing grammar. They won't follow you. Look at me. I'm saving money here. On election day, I will win. So they know. So you need to make sure that you don't follow that. And that's the message we're passing. It's not as if we are insensitive to the problem.
All right. Thank you so much. So, Shoduke, I know we need to ask, we've spent a lot of time on that question, and the question, can you rephrase the same question to His Excellency Dumebi Kachuku? And I'm going to allot the same number of minutes because he spent almost, Prince SDP presidential candidate, and I really appreciate your insight and your response to that. Well-valued time used. So, but I want to make sure I try to be as fair as possible. So I'm going to give 10 to 15 minutes to maybe Kachuku to respond to the same question. So Shodunke, can you rephrase the question again for?
I don't think she needs to rephrase the question.
Okay, you got it. Okay.
Her question she looked at two areas: education and employment. The challenge we have in Nigeria today is because the present couple, our leaders or successive leadership in Nigeria, they see that they are thriving without being educated. They see that they are able to steal the country blind without being educated. And they see that in their looting, that they are able to employ those who have the best of education, be it Harvard, Stanford, Yale, what have you, to work for them. So why should they place any premium on education? But if you look at the powerhouses in the world today, if you look at China, India, the US, for example, Denmark, you find that countries are intentional. They are deliberate about education and about educational policies and programs. What must we do at a time when the world has increasingly become a global village where everyone is linked by the internet, where you don't have to travel from place to place, but you can communicate with people in distant places, far-flung places, just because you have good internet connectivity? The medium of communication has to be education-based. The way you can thrive, you need education as the foundation. But what we must do as Nigeria, as a nation, as a people, we must first of all understand what are our key assets. We continue to place a premium on oil and gas and solid minerals, whereas we neglect the real asset we have as Nigerians, which is the Nigerian people. If we were to understand that Nigerian people are our real assets as a nation, we will do everything to ensure that these people have good education as the foundation. We will then look at what we have in terms of solid minerals. What we have, what has God blessed us, the natural resources God has blessed us with. We'll then structure our education to cater to mining those resources. Nigeria, we all know, has vast arable land. We as Nigerians, or our government, does not understand that the world has gone from subsistence farming to agripreneurship, to agribusiness. If we were to understand that, we will make sure that our agricultural colleges or universities and those faculties of agriculture that were giving scholarships to people who are going to study agriculture, modern agricultural practice, so we can harness the agricultural potential of our nation. We are exporting people in the medical sciences all over the world, where they retool these people and they make these people the bedrock of their medical structures in those countries. Imagine if we were to retool these people and start exporting medical tourism in Nigeria. To do that, we've got to be intentional in the sciences. If we want to manufacture in Nigeria, we have to be intentional about focusing on sciences, like what China has done, which is why China is the industrial powerhouse of the world. It was not a mistake. They were intentional about the focus of their education. We are not doing this in Nigeria. We need to rebase education in Nigeria to cater to our strengths, to the vast natural resources we have, so that our people are ready-made workforce for what we have. So we don't keep on importing human resources or importing technology that we can grow in Nigeria. Take our oil and gas sector. Huge resources. We have just Petroleum Training Institute in Efun catering to this. Whereas we should have more colleges producing petrochemical engineers, Why are we focusing on just white products? What are the other byproducts we can get out of our crude oil or our gas? What can we distill? If we were to train our people, there are other things we'll start discovering. We don't have enough scientists in Nigeria. Everything will have to depend on other countries. What of the humanities? We see our artists making us proud all over the world. Wherever you go to in the UK, all over the world, even the place I was on Emirates the other day, and they were jamming Nigerian music, and people were humming to Nigerian music. Our people are making us proud. What has our government done to ensure that this humanities, social sciences thrive? We need to rebase education to work, understanding that Nigerian people are the true assets of Nigeria. We must do this yesterday, not today. That is what we must do. We must understand that technology plays a key role in educating people. We need to start training the trainers, our teachers. We need to bring our teachers up to par with international standards all over the world. That's what technology is there for. That's what distance learning is there for. We need to understand this. If we educate our people, we can then take advantage of the potential that the modern world has got to offer. So we don't have people exporting Yahoo when they can export in engineering skill sets. They can export architectural skill set. They can export legal services. Countries like India have platforms like Freelancer. You have countries that have Fiverr and all those things. They invest in those platforms so that their citizens can thrive and sell services all over the world. Nigerians are just tenants on those platforms. Where are Nigerian platforms so our citizens can export their talents out to the rest of the world? Creating jobs has to do with a mindset. It's got to do with your visionary, what you can see. How do you see the world? What's your world view? With a modern world view, with a broad world view, you are able to create jobs in Nigeria today. Let's start with agriculture. I mentioned talking about agripreneurship. But what is agripreneurship if you cannot support farmers? We need to have farm service centers in every local government in Nigeria. We need to have farm parks in every senatorial district. Farm parks that will have agro-processing parks side by side. So that farmers, whatever they produce, they have people who are taking their produce, guaranteed off-takers. They have money. Farmers are some of the most wealthy people in the world. We don't need to be exporting raw produce. We need to start processing those things so we can feed Nigerians, so that it's cheap to eat in Nigeria. Then we can export the excess to the rest of Africa and the rest of the world. It's easy. It can be done. The blueprint is there. We just need to have a committed government. You look at our artists in Nigeria today, they are all selling their services on Netflix or Apple Store and what have you. We have over 60 to 80 million TV houses in Nigeria. The pay TV boxes you can have in your homes can be digital transaction stores where you can sell all digital products, be it books, be it videos, be it music. This is what we ought to be doing with our frequency. So our artists don't need to be selling to Netflix. They can be selling here. The government is making taxes selling this. What of tourism? The same water our politicians are going to enjoy in Miami, in Dubai, in the Caribbean, and other places. That's the same water that passes through Nigeria. It passes Nigeria to get all the way to Miami. Look at our beaches. They are for people to go and smoke weed. Look at our beachfront resorts, all mom and pop type of businesses. We need to master plan our beachfronts, thousands of kilometers of beachfront, so that international investors can come and build world-class tourist destinations. Tourism pays good wages, very good wages. We not only attract cash foreign exchange, but we are paying our people well to work in that sector. What of the young men and women who are selling here and all these businesses, who all they need is a hand holder, someone to show them the ropes? For were we to do this, these people will do something other than Yahoo. If you have the brains to do Yahoo, you have the going to tribes selling other services on the internet. But you need handholders. You need handholding. I see this all over the world. You see this in universities where people come with mentorship programs. We are not doing enough to support our people because we're comfortable with having people be in that poverty bracket. We can support these people. Take Nigeria, take what's happening in Nigeria with our customs today. Countries all over the world are reducing tariffs so that their people can continue to deal with the twin effects of recession and inflation. What have we done in Nigeria? We have increased rates. So the young girl trying to import hair to sell, she has a situation where a container has gone from what, 1.5 million naira to clear to about 5 million naira to clear. Who bears the cost? She has to pass it on to the consumer. And then the government is shouting, inflation, inflation. But it's the same government causing the inflation. Imagine the corruption going on at the ports. We lose billions of dollars annually to corruption at the ports. And that is the huge cause of inflation in our country. We are not yet serious about creating jobs because as long as these people get away with the murder they are committing, as long as they get away with economic sabotage, we will not create jobs because we take off our kit and kin. Creating jobs is the easiest thing for someone who has a world vision. I'll go back to what I said earlier to what former President Obasanjo said yesterday in endorsing P2B. I was sad when I saw the endorsement because I realized that we don't want to get away from this problem we have in Nigeria, where these people don't believe that this generation has anything to offer. They believe that it must be them, that just those they know into the inner sanctuaries of their bedrooms are those people they can trust with power, even though these people don't have a world vision for Nigeria of today. I look at the candidature of Asiwaju Tinubu, who believes it's his turn, who has cognitive decline right now. I look at Atiku Abubakar, who you see geriatrics following all over the place, who are trying to get back there so they can support their children and their grandchildren. Or is it P2B, who has the good fortune of having been a governor for 8 years and his state is in a state of war right now. He has access to a bank, but his business as of today is importing chocolates. This is the world vision of someone who has been endorsed. Or these are the people that Nigerians are saying are their leading candidates. I will say this, I talk to my brother here, Prince, almost on a daily basis. We talk a lot. And our greatest pain is that we see that Nigerians know what the real problem is. They know where their problems come from. But they have this, what you call the Stockholm syndrome going on, where they love those who have abused them, those who have kept them hostage. We chose to run a clean campaign, and we say to people, even within our parties, that we're not going to spend money. We don't have money to give. We have ourselves to give. We have our talents to give. And people, Nigerians, call us on serious for because we have refused to spend money. The media has increased their rates, some people by 1,000%. How do you justify paying 1.2 million naira for a 60-second spot in some of our TV stations? How does the House of Assembly candidate, a poor man who wants to serve his contract, can he sell himself? We see all these things. We are not blind to what is going on, but Nigerians keep quiet. Let them go and slug that. People believe they are doing me a favor by canvassing for me. I must bring money. I align with what Prince said. I will not bring money. I've offered to serve. I offer my talent. I offer my time. But I have no money to bring in this process. The sacrifice I've made, leaving family, leaving my business to put myself in this field is enough of a sacrifice. We can't create jobs. We know what to do with education. We know what to do with all the sectors that are failing in Nigeria. We know what needs to be done. We can spell it out even now as we speak. Whereas you see the other candidates cannot speak to any issue whatsoever. I'm a walking blueprint of every single thing I will do. You will never hear this from these people, yet we choose to call them leading candidates. We must reverse course. We must speak truth to power. We must do more of these debates like this or conversations like this, because you'll find that I and Prince were in alignment in most areas. We have a modern world vision that speaks about our people and how we can rescue our people from the rot and from those who have held them captive. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. You're right on time, right on time. I have some background noise coming from somewhere. Who is that? Somebody, there you go. Okay, thank you so much. That was well detailed, Your Excellency Dumebi Kachuku and Your Excellency Prince Adewale. I think that question from Shodunke, I hope you got the answers that you're looking for. Shodunke, kindly respond.
Yes, we can't be going back and forth about this, and that is the truth. What I have gotten from both answers from the both excellency is that you can't help people that don't want to be helped. How do you help someone that don't want to be helped? So
yeah, and just to buttress that point, I'm going to introduce Dr. Ademola in a minute right now. Just to buttress that point, you know, when we have very tough discussions on social media, when we are asking the tough questions, the audience seems to diminish. But when we are talking of Gbasgbos, do maybe Sowore, do maybe is better than this, no, Labour Party, Bactify, PDP, when it's Gbasgbos and we're talking about we're not talking to the issues, you have over 250 people joining. But when it comes to the tough questions, the real questions that's going to change the lives of me and you, everybody fades away. And you kind of wonder, look at this space right now. You know, the engagement is 44 people. But if we are talking about, the Bactify is blah, 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 that is blah, 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 he's not talking properly, you see over 1,000 people joining. So the question is, the people, do they really want the meaningful change that's going to impact them? And that's another question for another day. So, Dr. Ademola, I know you're a little late.
Let me just, what you just said now, let me just chip this in. See, the fact that a lot of people are going the wrong routes does not mean that when you stand for the right, you shouldn't still stand for the right. It's about your personality, your belief. So I don't care if it's this, but if I am standing for this, I am standing for this. The truth don't always get a lot of people, so you should be used to that. And
I am.
Let me add this quickly. In the human resources, one of the things that we really focus on is change management, change implementation. We do a lot of planning, development, and management. And trust me, no freaking body wants change. It's okay to clamor, I want change. It's okay to say, we want changes in this. Let there be changes in planning. Let there be reshuffling of powers and political affairs. But the truth is, when it comes down to implementation, I just saw someone that is classified. We need to take down that person. But
I've removed him.
Thank you. But when it comes down to the implementation, it becomes a problem. We have a lot of game plan. I've been taking some notes. I have some follow-up questions too that I would like to ask on both excellences. But when it comes to executing those game plan, it becomes a challenge because it's not enough to just have the plan. It's not enough to just plan the big idea, the big vision we have for Nigeria. It's about having the right person. That's the strategy. Having the right person that comes and can execute, and after execution, manage those policies, those changes that we want to implement. Change is going to be scary. It is scary, actually. It's the only thing that is not constant, this word. So I would like to introduce Dr. Ademola, and we'll move from there.
All right, thank you so much, Florence, and I like your insight. Shudunke, thanks for the feedback too. So, Dr. Ademola, I know the time zone got a little off. You might be off. Oh my God, Collins. Oh my. Oh, sorry about that. So, Dr. Ademola, kindly introduce yourself in 2 minutes. He's one of our hosts. I know the time zone, you might have confused it. Maybe you thought it was on the second 3 a.m. instead of the first 3 a.m. So over to you, Ademola. Introduce yourself in 2 minutes. Then we get back to the questions. We have a few questions from the audience that we need to take up. But Dr. Ademola, introduction.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ojide. Thank you, Florence. Thank you, Ms. Shodoke. And of course, really appreciate the presidential candidates, Prince Adewale, and Chief, let me call him Chief too, maybe. I call him Chief because I've spent about 6 hours in the space with him before, really giving us a lot of the information we need. And I must appreciate the candidates, especially you two, for making it a date with us today. I had a road trip earlier in the week. I've been on the road for about 15 hours. And of course, I can just, every minute I spend on that road, I wish I was in Nigeria doing the same, enjoying my country. But we know the state of the country today. Banditry will not let anybody move from anywhere to anywhere. But let me say this, I think that this generation holds you like a great deal, candidates like you that is actually bringing some normalcy to the electioneering process. I think if we have all these APC, PDP like we have, a lot of people will have given up because they've normalized so many things. I mean, we can see the back and forth about vote buying, how the youths are presently thinking. But what you're doing really is making us know that in this thick darkness, there's still like the possibility of hope. We can still be hopeful. And I must just say thank you for that. I know I'm a host. Of course, I also have some Twitter space going on. I think I have some people that might be interested in asking questions. But let me keep it as an introduction. Thank you so much for coming, you guys. I will be here. And of course, whenever I need to speak, I'm happy to ask you questions and also bring people from the Twitter space to ask you questions. Thank you so much.
Dr. Ademola, why you humble yourself now? Dr. Ademola, he ran under the YPP platform for governor for Osun State. So he's my Oga at the top. He has more experience than I have. I'm more of an audience politician. So Dr. Ademola has that field experience, and you'll be able to bring that into the discussion. So thank you so much, Dr. Ademola, for joining. So Florence, can you take up the questions going forward? I know we're going to 2 hours into the program right now. So this will be the second phase. So before we go into the second phase, I'd like to give Church Arise 1 minute and a half, about 2 minutes, to tell us what they are doing again. We have a bigger audience compared to when we started. I hope Mr. Uche is on the call. Can you just give us 1 minute rebuttal of what Church Arise is doing? Uche, are you there?
Yeah, thank you so very much, comrades. Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the platform. Once again, I want to greet all the excellencies in the house, as well as all the other esteemed dignitaries we have in the room. So I'm here representing the Church Arise project. We have a committee called the Political Leadership Action Committee that is currently working to ensure that Nigerians get the best and the most credible candidates at all levels. The reason why we're doing this is because before now, for so long actually, Nigerians have all been attuned to pouring all their energies into electing the very best president. You know, in fact, until even in recent times, you notice that there's been a lot of agitation among the youths, and they are only being driven by what they see and what they hear. And from what the presidential candidates who are here have already spoken, you will realize there's a lot more than what presented to Nigerian youth. Okay, so but what we're doing in Church of Rise is so what we're doing in Church of Rise right now is we have a tool. Okay, we're starting off with the this senatorial verification tool. So this tool, by the special grace of God, is going to return the very best senatorial candidate. The 109 senators will make the Senate of the 10th Assembly for the first time, because the reason why we're so confident about this is because we are not supporting any particular political party. We're not supporting, we believe, and this is our firm belief in Church of Rise, that within every political party, we have angels and we have demons. That is a fact.
There are no demons in SDP.
We are not,
I think, with due respect, Church of Rise is wrong.
Okay,
there's no demon
sorry,
in SDP.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. So the point we're trying to make is that in every church, in every mosque, we have good and bad people. That's what we're trying to say. So maybe let me rephrase it so it doesn't sound. So we have good and bad people in every marketplace, in every office. There's no place where we have perfect people. Okay, so that is what we are trying to look out for, the very best people for Nigerians across all political parties. Even though we're saying Church of Rise, we're looking for the best people in the north, the best Muslims. So we're not looking for Christians as well. So for let the name maybe be a bit, look as if, because we are Church of Rise, that we're looking for Christians. No, we have a commitment. Within the last 2 weeks, we've spoken to very hardcore Muslims who are excited about what we're doing. They are working with us. We're working with respondents right now. Our list of respondents is growing very high. So in a very short time, we're going to be presenting to Nigerians the candidates from different political parties, who are the best. We have certain parameters we're using to evaluate these candidates, and that goes across all the that includes all the positions that are up for election within the next 54 days for the national elections, and then for the state, on the 11th of March. So that is what we are doing, and we are happy to work with the team here and every other political party, and that is what we're doing. So we have a tool. The first of them, which is a senatorial verification tool, will be up for for credible candidate. Credible respondents. So we're not putting it up. If you go to our website, if you go anywhere, we're not putting it out. It's not an open document, because we understand that some people who are evil-minded can just take it and just give very wrong assessment. So we're looking out for credible people. If you have such credible people, please let them reach out to us, and we're going to be sure they are really credible before they have access to this tool. However, we have a very large team, large database of respondents, and it's growing. And we're going to do that for all the positions, because one of the reasons why Nigerians kept electing the wrong people is because they don't know that there are better options. So if you move around the streets of Lagos, where I am, Lagos, Ogun, and other states, you will see big posters. It is not like when one of the presidential candidates was speaking, he mentioned the fact that it is not about the money. It's not about the money, because a lot of people, the reason why these politicians have been subduing the minds of Nigerians and we've been electing the worst of us, leading the rest of us, is because most of the times it is those ones with the money that have the stolen money. They can do radio adverts, they can do TV adverts, they can do posters. But for the first time, what we are doing through the plaque, this plaque project, we are presenting to Nigerians. So from their mobile devices, they can click and they will see everybody who is contesting for every position, and they can, decide to, they will see that there are other options. They will see that there are more credible options than what is there. And once we launch it out, we know that Nigerians know better and they will do better. So I think I will stop here for now and hand the mic back. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, Comrade Uche. Thank you for what you do. So back to Florence. You know, we still have quite a number of questions from the audience, and it's still coming in fast and furious and building in more questions. So Florence, you can take it away from where Shudunke stopped. Over to you, Florence.
Thank you very much.
So the method that we've been going through is we'll ask one question and we give each candidate 4 minutes each, starting from the SDP presidential candidate, then His Excellency Dumebi Kachukwu would answer 4 minutes. So that's the method we've been adopting. So over to you, Florence.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I'm Florence, and I'm happy to host or co-host this show and ask questions, get to know more about the game plan and the future plans of our excellencies. But before I go into the question, there is something that George Arai said which really resonates with me, and I think it's something that our presidential candidate should also put into consideration, and that is the usefulness of data. The usefulness of data. We tend to forget a lot about the past, and we cannot predict the future when we forget the past, and data is what helps us in that aspect. So I think this is a wake-up call for our presidential candidate to know that we need to start putting together those data that can help us to make sure that Nigerians do not forget. We shouldn't forget our past suffering. Okay, thank you very much. So we do have some questions that have been coming in, and just like Mr. Said said, I would be asking the question, and I think I want to start with His Excellencies to maybe at this point. And this is about media. There's a question that came in about media. Social media, traditional media, there's been a lot of irregularities, a lot of politicalness in today's media, mass media, social media, the digital media, and every other thing. So what do you think, what will be your game plan, or what will be your plan in terms of the regulation of the media? His Excellency, Dumebi.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I will not support or be a proponent of banning and unbanning platforms that are the expression of the modern man, like Twitter, Facebook, and what have you, like what this current administration did a year or two ago. So I wouldn't do that. At the same time, we also understand that we need to protect, whilst we believe that people should have a liberty to express themselves, we also need to protect other people, also safeguard that people are not abused on media platforms like we see. It happens all over the world, but we have a peculiar problem in Nigeria because, say in America, for example, if you were to go and start blackmailing, libeling people on social media, and for the purpose of getting them to pay you to take down what you have, what you've posted, it's a federal crime, and you have the FBI on your tail immediately. In Nigeria, only a few people who have the resources to get the police to go after these people succeed, right? And you see a lot of people who are victims of racketeers or so-called tabloids and what have you. So we need to ensure that we have that these people, either they self-regulate or we put in place regulations so that people are not abused by modern media platforms. I believe that with the legacy platforms like traditional media, that the government sometimes does a good job, but sometimes government goes overboard in trying to protect the government of the day, like what you see with NBC, right? Sometimes you see them being neutral, but sometimes you see them going overboard because they think they're trying to please the government of the day. So we need to ensure that regulatory bodies like the NBC seem to be independent, protecting the interests of Nigerians as a whole and not the interest of the government of the day. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I really like the fact that it's just short and straight to the point. I'll also ask some questions
In the
to His
interest
Excellency.
of safety, parents are advised not to carry children and baggage trolleys where able
Please,
to play
whoever
in
is
facilities.
that should mute. Thank you. So I'll also have some question to His Excellency Prince Adebayo about your opinion. What is your opinion, or how can we regulate the media in Nigeria?
Regulating the media is not my priority. I'm in politics at this moment to tackle poverty and insecurity. So that's my major. There are enough authorities for the media. There's the press council, there are lawyers who can have litigation if there's any defamation or anything like that. The profession themselves can regulate themselves. I'm a civilian president. I can't regulate everything. My focus is on governing my government, to pay attention to my government. The civil society will take care of itself. Once I have rule of law, the courts work very well. So if you were in the media, you blackmail anyone, you defame anyone, they will go to court and defend themselves and enforce their right. I'm focusing on how to run an effective government, ensure that only people who are credible, competent, committed, have character enter into my cabinet, that I use the resources of Nigerians for the benefit of Nigerians, that I implement Chapter 2 of the Nigerian Constitution. And in that Chapter 2, you will see that the media has its own role to play. And the essence of what I'm doing is to have a responsible government that's accountable. So whatever happens in the media, that's between the media and the people. I will focus on insecurity to see that people can move around the country, that all the ungoverned spaces in Nigeria feel the presence of government, nobody in the bushes kidnapping people, no sector controlled by bandits and terrorists, and that no unknown gunmen and all those other nonsense across the country, and that I put proper infrastructure in place so that Nigerians can move around. So maybe the next government or somebody else will deal with the media. But these are the core focus I want to deal with now.
Wow, thank you very much, sir. One of the things that just kept running through my head, because I'm in the United States, is how if I had asked the question and you talked about insecurities, I would have said identity theft, which is also a problem of the media. But that's of course not the case in Nigeria. And I like the fact that you're very focused on where you want to face, you want your issues you want to address. But you totally saying a no to the media, it brings a question back to my mind, sir.
Under the Constitution, there is freedom of expression. And Chapter 2 guarantees that the media has a role to play, the fourth estate of the realm. Also, Chapter 4 gives freedom of speech. So there's a very delicate area. There is no way you regulate the media that you don't oscillate between over-regulating or misregulating and things like that. And they're also distracting. People are hungry. How is the media stopping me from feeding the poor who are hungry? How universities are on strike. Those who came back on strike are planning to go on strike again. The quality of education is weak. How does the attitude of media stop me from doing what I'm doing in that respect?
But the media, sir, sorry to cut you, sorry to interrupt, but the media would also serve as a tool to help with political correctness.
Like I said, I cannot, maybe that's why many people fail in government. You cannot run all over the place. There's an attorney general whose job is to enforce the law. There is the press council, there is the NCC, there is the judiciary, there are lawyers everywhere. So all I care about is to come into government and face the national crisis. There are I'm not the only person in Nigeria. The fact that I'm president doesn't mean there are no other people. So for me, when I wake up in the morning and I'm taking my memo, I'm not looking in the media. I'm looking at who is stealing my crude oil. How do I stop 80% of my crude oil from being stolen? Who is killing my people? What is my police doing on the road? Are they still collecting bribe? Are they still shooting people at sight? Are they still getting drunk? What is DSS doing? Are they trying to look for my political enemy, or they are actually trying to look for the enemy of Nigeria? I am looking at all of this. How do I get money to fund education? How the media, I can deal with that maybe second term, but right now, I am focusing on things that can kill us. I'm not aware of anybody who will say he lost his life because of media in Nigeria, or is hungry because of the media, or his children that thrown out of school also went on strike because of the media. You cannot tell me that media is the reason why I cannot go from Lagos to Maiduguri by road. So those are the things I want to focus on. So if I focus on those things, there are enough mechanisms in the system to deal with the media. But as a presidential candidate, as a person who takes oath of office to perform my duty as commander-in-chief, I have duty of head of state, chief executive, and commander-in-chief. All of these three, they don't make me to become the supervisor of the media. The media itself is another estate of the realm. It's like somebody asking me, how do I control National Assembly? It's not my job to control National Assembly. Or how do I control judiciary? It's not my job. My job is to be such a good president who is accountable, who is doing his job, and every of my minister is under my control, and they are behaving well, speaking well, showing up well, and any civil servant under me, including press officers who are in the Ministry of Information, they will not lie to the public, they will not mislead the public. My Minister of Information, when he speaks, everybody will believe him, because they will know that this is a person of integrity, he doesn't lie, he's very accurate, very respectful. I want to control my government. So if the media is disgracing itself or misbehaving, the public will see. But it will not be me trying to triangulate with the media. It is me running a government that Nigerians have not seen before. To have in place of Lai Mohammed, you have an honorable man whom every Nigerian can go to, and he will give you accurate answer. And when he doesn't know the answer, he will say, I don't know the answer now, but I'll get back to you in 2 days. I will get back to you in 2 hours. So a responsible government. So when I have all of that, when NTA is not showing me and my wife every day, when NTA is a place you can go to and get accurate information. And if you want to criticize my government, you can go to NTA and criticize my government there, and they will show you. So when every media institution, Radio Nigeria, everything under my government is working in a civilized way, that will be an example. I don't want to regulate anybody. I want to use the power of personal example to change the way people behave in the country. Now, if any media house or media operator decides to go so roguish as to break the law, when they are being dealt with according to the law, it will not be my personal presidential policy. It will just be the law taking its course. So if you breach people's data or privacy, there's a law regarding data protection in the country. And if the Communication Commission is working, the Human Rights Commission is working, the Consumer Protection Council is working, everything is working. They don't want to work on their own. They're not propaganda, they're not manifesto. This is just normal rule of law working. So this is why I'm saying that let me focus on the key mandate of a president as enshrined in section 5 of the Constitution. And let me deal with that, execute the office of president. And to do that, I need to focus narrowly. I need to know that I'm a civilian who has a job. I'm not the police of everybody. I am just to make sure I do my job so well that those who are reporting to me know my value, that they report well, and nobody can hold anybody in my government to our account, and we cannot respond appropriately. So I think that is what we need to do. The media can misbehave. Look at in America, Fox News will tell false stories. They will raise false alarm. They will say all sorts of things. What does the president do about that? He just leaves them. Everybody knows them for that. But inside the government, I want the government to correct itself first before going to interfere with anybody in the country. My government correct itself first. Let me even first make sure that my government is a responsible government, and that anybody working in my government knows that it's responsible. So what you can get away with outside, if you try it inside my government, you will be dealt with decisively. So the most behaved people, the people who behave the best in the country, will be people who serve my government. Anyway,
all right. 10 seconds to wrap up, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I like the fact that you were able to dig deeper, like dive deeper into the question. At first, it was very surfacey, but I like the fact that you were able to explain your own view better. Before we go to the next question,
So Florence, wait a minute. You know, he's presidential candidate of SDP on the issue of media. I want His Excellency to maybe Kachuku to respond, 2 minutes. Your Excellency, can you respond to what he said? Do you have a rebuttal to what he said?
1 second, I need to move away. So what is your question, Yemi, please?
So my question, do you have a rebuttal to what His Excellency Prince Adewale Adebayo said about media?
I mean, essentially, his point is that that is with the multifaceted issues he has to contend with as president of Nigeria, that the media issue is not top burner for him. That's what he said. So it's again about how you see a glass half full or half empty. It's about the approach he's taking to managing his presidency. So I can't respond to the approach he's taking. What I said earlier on still stands. I feel that we must protect the expressions of the modern man through modern platforms. We must let modern platforms self-regulate, and if government is to regulate, government's regulation must be done in such a way that it does not take away from the freedom of expression. Government's regulation must be there to ensure the protection of individuals so that individuals are not abused by invisible or visible platforms. With the legacy platforms or traditional media, government over-regulates to protect the government of the day. We must ensure that those agencies or the regulators are insulated and are independent, so that government does not have much of a say, or government does not use them to ban people like AIT or ban people who are anti-government or seem to be to be in the opposition. Okay, that's my take on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. His Excellency, before we go to the next question, I can see that some answers have been raised. And I would like to give just one or two persons the opportunity to ask questions directly to the presidential candidate, or maybe even explain further what they want to say or based on the question or topic that we're currently. So I will go for Abansado Lawan Uba. Please go for your questions.
Please, we need, Mr. Ambassador, please, let's make sure we stay within a 1 minute range to ask your question.
I will not
Please
pass 1 minute.
Go directly to the question. No commentary.
I'm going directly to my point, sir. Thank you. Good morning, all. And I hear as the ADC presidential candidate mentioned something about education, and all his mind there on education. So our problem now in this country is not about only education. And education, Nigerian government no value education in this country. Millions of people in this country, they are graduated and they are educated. Some have masters, some have degree, and still we are talking about education. They don't have job. We are talking about how we can set this country or how we can save this country, because we know our condition now. We know our situation. Our situation, we need someone have capacity, have experience to save this country. So if we are trying to save this country, we are not talking about education.
You're not going straight to your question, sir. I'm really sorry to jump in. We need, because we have limited time.
Caution, sir.
The candidates might be leaving very soon. I'm getting some commentary at the back end. So just go to the question, right? Just go through the question.
My question, you are a presidential candidate and you are contesting in this country, and you know which situation we are in this country. How you can manage these people? Over millions of people have their degree certificate. Some people have their master's certificate and they don't have job. Give them job before educate some people again. So this is my question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawan Uba. I want to tell you that your question has actually been answered previously when both presidential candidates talked about education and employment. And this question, from what you said, is being directed to the SDP presidential candidate of Prince Adebayo Adewale, and I will tell you that he has answered the question. So this is a recorded session, and you can always go back to listen to it, and I think that would answer your question. And one of the things that I would want to tell you that he said is indeed he will be working on some policies and some projects, and some just for he has a plan. That's just it. He has a 30 million job plan in 18 months.
I'm not talking about SDP presidential candidate.
So
I'm
now
talking
you're going
about
to
ADC.
Or
I'm
ADC.
talking about ADC, what he mentioned. I'm not talking about SDP presidential candidate.
Yeah,
I'm talking about ADC presidential
so Florence,
candidate.
Thank you very much. Let's just give this to Dumebi. Yes.
Yeah, he has answered the question already.
Maybe you know answer. No, sir. Listen to me. Maybe you know answer. You know, listen to me well. When we are in trouble, we are in danger. We are not talking about food in the house. We are talking about safe. We need to save ourselves first, because before we talk about our food.
Yeah, Mr. Ambassador Lawa.
So I want him.
Let me give it to Dumebi.
Thank you. I want him to answer this. He
has answered it already, sir.
They don't have job, and they are educated now, present in this country.
Got your question.
Second, I'm coming, please, sir. So hold on, please. And present in this country, we have millions of people. They are youth. They don't have job, and this jobless, he's the one create this insecurity in this country.
Okay, thank you,
you Mr. Ambassador. So we want him to
Mr. Ambassador,
how.
Please, can you hold on? I'm going to have to meet you, Ambassador. We've spent almost 5 minutes on you.
Thank you. So give him to answer me.
Hold on, please.
Thank you,
Ambassador. Can you just?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Your question has been duly noted, and I would say again, the question has been answered.
And again, Florence, just sorry to just jump in. And this is part of our fundamental problem. We started this program early enough. This question was dealt with on both sides of the house. Both sides. And the Ambassador, you joined late. I'm very sorry to say. You joined late and you're taking us back. It was dealt with. Youth and unemployment, inflation, how to generate jobs, creating agribusiness, everything was answered.
So I have not joined late. I have joined this platform.
It's okay.
ADC presidential candidate
moderators, it's okay. Moderators, it's okay. I can just answer the in a minute or so.
Thank you, Mr.
reiterate a bit of what I said earlier on. So at
thank you, Mr. President.
So that Ambassador is
thank you, Mr. President.
Is satisfied. Okay, Master, let me say this quickly. Yes, I agree. We have a job problem, an unemployment problem in Nigeria, but a silver-minded president can tackle this in many ways. I spoke earlier on about agriculture. If we need to rebase our economy and make our economy a multifocal economy, no longer just about oil and gas. Let's take agriculture, for example. I think every senatorial district in Nigeria, we must have a farm park and an agro-processing park. What that does is that it supports our farmers to that whatever they produce in the farms, they have guaranteed off-takers who are turning this produce, the raw materials, into processed goods. What this means is that our farmers who were probably earning in a cycle 500,000 naira can probably earn 5 million naira. We are now creating more jobs and better paying jobs in the agri sector, right? We also have to take farm service centers to every local government in Nigeria. What a farm service center will do is to support our farmers with hand-holding, with consulting services, with farm tools and implements, with fertilizer and what have you. We support all our farmers because ultimately we know that the farmers are a key ingredient to the stabilization of our economy. So we support them with farm service centers. That's in the area of agriculture, right? Because we need to take agriculture from subsistence farming to agripreneurship and agribusiness. I talked about tourism. I said that we have thousands of kilometers of waterfront in Nigeria, and that these waterfronts are just being used for nothing right now, whereas our politicians are going to Miami and other parts of the world for vacation. But tourism jobs pay so well in different countries, Indonesia, Barbados, Bahamas, Miami, different places. You see, people are traveling everywhere for tourism, but we can have tourism in Nigeria. We just need to master our waterfront so that international investors and local investors can start building world-class resorts so we can start generating those tourism jobs and attracting scarce foreign exchange to our tourism sector. I spoke about the tech sector. I said that if people can do Yahoo, anybody that can do Yahoo also trade, do commerce on the internet. I buy services, architectural services and services all over the world just because I have access to the internet, buying from freelancer, from Fiverr, and what have you, right? So we need to encourage and support those platforms so that our people who are unemployed, because they have access to the internet, they can then retool themselves and start selling these services because they are already educated. Like you said, you have graduates. You have graduates who can start selling services, selling their skill sets, what they know, their know-how through the internet to other countries, to people who are looking for those services. I have someone who I interviewed several years ago who was saying to me, "Oh, I'm looking for a job as a HR specialist." And I said, if I employ you, I pay 150,000 naira. But do you know that what you can do is to have your own small HR company and let people outsource HR to you? Instead of working for me, you can have hundreds of people outsource services.
Your Excellency, your network is cutting in and out.
That guy over what 20-30 million. Sometimes you need to put into bigger picture. Schools don't really teach. Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're cutting in and out. Can you just wrap it up in 10 seconds?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
we
now.
can hear you now.
You're stable now.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know where you guys lost me. I was just talking and I didn't know you're not hearing me.
Yeah, you were going in and out. You were talking at the point of you said something about agriculture,
and
tourism.
Oh wow. Okay, so let me make it very brief. I said that I talked about what we can do with agriculture by creating well-paying jobs, by having agro-processing parks and farm parks in every senatorial district, so we can support ourselves, our farmers, and also have farm service centers in every local government area, so our farmers can have access to farm tools, tractors, implements, and what have you, fertilizer, and what have you, and also to requisite consulting services. because every local government is different from the other one. So we need to know where they have efficiencies in their local government, what is best produced there, where they have comparative skills or advantage, right? I talk about tourism. I said that we have thousands of kilometers of beachfront that our politicians go all over the world for tourism, but we can master plan those areas and have international and local investors who can come in there and build world-class tourism resorts there so that we can have domestic tourism in Nigeria. What that means is that we'll have better paying jobs there, and it will also attract scarce foreign exchange. Medical tourism. Our medical personnel are leaving Nigeria in droves every day. Why can't we build world-class medical facilities to attract these people who form part of the middle class back to Nigeria? And then we are bringing in foreign exchange because people are coming to Nigeria. Indians are building hospitals, are also hotels because Nigerians are going there. We spend billions of dollars annually on medical tourism. We can reverse that process and bring that tourism back here. We can bring people here because we have very good doctors who are doing wonderful stuff all over the world. We can just do the same thing. Talk about people stay at home now, right? I was given an example of someone who came to me for a job, HR. And I said to this person, why would you come and work for me? I pay you 150,000 naira, for example. But meanwhile, you can start a small online business where people outsource their HR activities to you. Instead of you working for me, you can have hundreds of people who are paying you a token of 50,000 naira every month just for you to do their HR this thing. Be it prepare payroll and what have you. That guy is doing probably up to 30, 50 million naira every month now. You understand? This is using the internet. This is having someone hand-holding, telling him you can do things differently. So we need to mentor these people. We need to show these people how to do stuff differently. Our schools are not practical in these areas now. Okay? Look at earlier when I also spoke about the arts. I talk about how Nollywood, how our musicians are doing us proud all over the world. But we need to give them enabling platforms so that they can make more money. Right? Netflix, Apple Store, they take most of the money these guys make. But we need to create those platforms locally so that these guys can make more money. We need to understand, first of all, that in creating jobs, that the Nigerian person is the key, the greatest asset of the Nigerian nation. Were we to understand it, we will invest in these people. How do you invest in these people? Let me give you another example. You see these mechanics, these artisans, right? Imagine governments like the Ghanaian government or the Republic of Benin. They have deliberate policies and programs to train their people, certify them in how to do POP, carpentry, electrical work, and all those things, and they export them to Nigeria and the rest of Africa. These guys earn good money. We believe they are the better than Nigerians, and we'll give them jobs, and they repatriate those funds to their countries. We must start training our people, certify them properly. Let's use our polytechnics, train these people, right? And let these people now go and be the best they can be in this job, working in Nigeria or outside Nigeria. Today in Nigeria, someone who is driving one of the heavy duty equipment gets about 8,000 to 10,000 naira a day. Most people don't know this. But the problem is that these people are getting 8,000 naira a day, but they are not properly certified. Were we to certify these people properly, they would earn more money.
Thank you very much.
Carpenters are paid so well all over the world. So there's so much you can do. It's just about having the world vision.
Oh, Mr. President, I still have one question.
Yeah, Mr. Langwan, please, thank you. If you have a follow-up question, please send it to the chat. Now we're not doing the direct one-on-one engagement with the
it's very important. It's very
Please
send
it in the chat. Please do send your question in the chat. I would like to move forward to the next question, of which, but before I do that, I want to tell every other person who has their hands raised that at this point, Mr. Lawa has abused the privilege, so we would have to take all questions via chat, via text. Thank you very much. His Excellency, Mr. Dumebi, thank you for answering the question. You went further into details, and of course you've talked about this very clearly, and just like the SDP candidate, Prince Adebayo Adewale has also talked about this very, very clearly. If you have more questions about their plans in terms of education and unemployment or even underemployment, I think you may need to follow up with their manifestos or with them one-on-one. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next question I have, which I'll be starting with the SDP presidential candidate, Mr. Ambassador, please. Somebody has to unmute. There's somebody that's not muted there. Please make sure your mic is muted. Yeah, so we have a question. We have some questions here, looking dicey. Okay, so I will go for this. What are you doing as the presidential candidate? What are you doing to increase your revenue in your first year in office? This question is coming from somebody there, but what are you doing to increase the revenue, not organization now, yeah, this is political. What are you doing to increase Nigerian revenue in your first year in office? And what are your plans to balance international relations with Nigeria to rejig the economy? SDP candidate, I'll let you take a go in 2, 3, 4 minutes so we can go to the next question.
Well, it's basic. First, there are two ways to look at revenue enhancement. One is as is, no new revenue stream, no new levies, no new revenue or tax created. First, are we getting the revenue that we're entitled to get now? For example, you all know that I raised the alarm about 80% of the crude oil being stolen. And I raised that alarm for many months. Eventually, everybody's joining. I'm even here now that World Bank, IMF, all of them are now talking about it. Now, and I went to Focados. I went to many places where they are stealing this crude. And I also publicized that. So in the end, the government said, oh, we're going to hire a consultant and everything. But in the immediate time, those areas that we visit and we're emphasizing, they have reduced oil theft there. In the last month now, the revenue has come up. So it shows to you that if you just go whole hog and ensure that zero oil theft happens, zero, because the zero is possible. Saudi Arabia has zero, Kuwait has zero, Qatar has zero. So if you have zero, then your revenue will go up. So we're losing about $4 billion regularly. So that's a lot of money. Secondly, if you look at the solid mineral sector, I'm also raising alarm about that. And even in Abuja there, not far from where President Buhari lives, they are still in lithium. So even on one site, I did the investigation and we're losing like 4 billion naira a month from one local site in Takushara, just behind where they have Millennium City there. So not talk of Nasarawa State. They're losing a lot of money. Oshun losing a lot on gold. Many people are involved in that one, including traditional rulers involved in that one. Samfara, part of the crisis they have there with banditry arose from stealing gold and so on and so forth. So what happened to our LNG and gas? So we have a lot of revenue. It's just that the revenues are being stolen. I was talking to a master mariner who was the chief mariner, harbor master for Papa Port for many years. And you'll see that they are sharing all the revenue. So that's not the problem. You have to have a government that works. Now that's one side. Second is a lot of wastage. You will see that within government, in the office accountant general, one person can steal 109 billion in one transaction, and there are many transactions going on every day. You also notice that in the office of the Ministry of Finance, especially in Home Finance Department, there's a lot of money that is missing there. And then when you look at overflight, and so there is enough money, in short, without even burdening anybody. Talk of inland revenue, look at LNG. Are you aware that a lot of money is not coming to revenue? So I've spoken to people who have served as governor of Central Bank in the past, and I've asked them, why are you not dealing with it? And they showed me that it's always the presidency. It's always the presidency. We know where these monies are, but the president is always having, interest. Sometimes they will say they have security interests. So NSA office, we need the money, don't put it in the books. later they will share the money. So long and short of it is that revenue is not a problem in the country. And then secondly, when you expand the economy, you do agriculture, people can do transportation, you restore security, a lot of money will come in from the value-added tax because more people will do more activities. So those are the revenue coming in is not a problem. That is why our politics is different. And that's why you see these people who are doing endorsement, do everything. They portion out all these revenues to themselves. So many people have been living in Nigeria for 40 years, 30 years without any decent job, other than they've cornered some revenue that's supposed to come to the public coffer. And that's why they are sponsoring politicians. That's why they are donating aircraft. That's why they are putting their mouth. That's why they are controlling the media on their behalf. So that's why we are different. And we're trying to make sure that we don't collect money from these people and end up being paper tiger on their behalf and allowing them to continue to cheat the public. If you know the amount of money being stolen in the name of subsidy for products that are not delivered, if you deal with that alone, you'll get 1 trillion into the economy. So it's not a problem at all. Revenue, no, not at all. Accountability is the problem.
Thank you very much. The same question goes to His Excellency, Mr. Dumebi. What would be your take in the same question? Let me just refresh the question so it's easier. So we're talking about what are your plans to increase Nigerian economic revenue in your first year in office?
So, Florence, thank you for that question. Unfortunately, as you know, we were chatting in the back end that by 5:30 Eastern Standard Time, that's 11:30 West African time, His Excellency Dumebi Kachukwu, he had to jump off the call to attend to the family commitment that he's been dealing with. He told me almost 20 minutes to the time. Unfortunately, the question from Lawan, it took all of our valuable time to run through all those questions that we needed to go through. However, because we still have the presidential candidate of SDP here, I'll say, let's continue the questions and we'll throw it directly to him and he'll be able to respond to the questions that we have left. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'll say thank you very much. Thank you for answering the question. Thank you for telling us that the presidential candidate at other engagement at this time. Of course, we've been here since 2 a.m. Central Time. That's my time. I would like to bring forward my other host, which is Dr. Ademola, to take it up. So before we bring this program to a closure, Dr. Ademola.
All right, thank you so much for the amazing hosting, and thank you so much, the SDP presidential candidates, for sticking with us. I think I'll just, if you indulge me, I'll like the people who have their hands up to directly interact with the presidential candidates. Hopefully they'll stick to like the 1 minute question mark, because I think it's also a rare opportunity to have them talk directly with their candidates and have a one-on-one interaction with them. I'm sure they can always slide into their DMs and everything, but Mr. Said, if you don't mind, I hope they are honorable people and they will keep to like a 1 minute question mark and all.
Dr. Demola, I'm going to leave that to you. You're going to manage that. I've tried it. That's why I've stayed on the text. We have a couple of questions that's pending that we've not even, I sent it to you by text.
Let's do this.
We can blend it. We can blend it, right?
Absolutely.
We can blend it. But I think we should go to the text questions first. Maybe you can ask 2 of that, then you flip to the hands that are up.
Okay, I see some of the questions they have asked, but while I'm scrolling through the text, let's have Mr. Adewale Adebayo Camp to go for his question in 1 minute, then I'll be reading the text messages. So please stick to your 1 minute question time. Mr. Adewale Adebayo, are you there? I see your hand up.
Okay, greetings to everyone. Thanks to our presidential candidates. One of the questions has been answered now concerning increase of revenue. The next one that I would love even the both candidates to answer is their specific plan to tackle insecurity and whether they believe in state policing. So that's one. The another one,
Oh, I think we might have.
one is that what is your taxation plan? Will you increase? Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for being concise. Your Excellency, Prince Adewale.
Well, multi-level policing, we addressed that before. It's not only state police, because when you say state police, people tend to assume that you are part of that debate about state versus federal. For efficient law enforcement, you have multi-level policing. And how do you know whether a level of government deserves policing or police powers? Is if they have legislative powers, if they can make laws, they should be able to enforce the law. So if there is a law in Minneapolis that says that there should be no jaywalking, or you cannot open a business in a residential area, or you should not abuse your domestic family members, they don't come to FBI to enforce those laws. It is the Minneapolis police that will enforce it for you. If there is a law that the state of Minnesota passes the law that's regarding marriage, regarding auto vehicles, regarding setting up business, it is the state police that will enforce that. And when you have a federal law that deals with human trafficking across state boundaries and the rest of it, it's the FBI that will enforce that. So that's the same way we were in Nigeria before. So and that's what we have to be now. I gave an unfortunate example of the victim of police brutality in Lagos. The police accosted the lady trying to enforce Lagos State road transport law, and in the process killed the lady in violation of Lagos State homicide law. But the governor of Lagos is helpless. He knows that the law of his state has been broken. Everybody in the Lagos State government knows that the law of the state has been broken. The governor of Lagos has to abandon his sovereignty and fly to Abuja to go and talk to the servant of another sovereign, IG of police that works for another elected official somewhere. Where is that done? There's nowhere in the world where that is done. So I believe that we must have police at every level. So if Mushin local government says, don't throw refuse here, don't park here, there must be a Mushin police department that's going to enforce laws limited to what Mushin can promulgate. If Lagos State, the same thing, so that's on that. Then I will do no new taxation, because if we collect the taxes that we have now, it can fund our economy. And the budget they have this year is 21 trillion. And when I go through the budget, waste and means is half. Can you imagine that? Waste and means is half. Debt servicing is more than 60%. So at the end of the day, I look at it, this is not a budget, this is just a waste of time. So what I need to do is to make sure that the government can kick in on the revenue side, collecting revenue that we have entitlement to collect now. We should be able to sustain a budget of about 81 trillion, out of which borrowing will not be more than 11 trillion. And that you see that the ratio will be more comfortable, and there will be less pressure on the naira, there will be less pressure on the inflation, and there will be less pressure on interest rate. Then people can now have a single-digit interest rate in a single-digit inflation and single-digit unemployment. Then the economy will do well. That's it.
All right, thank you so much for that response. Nat, you go next, please. Nat, if your hand is up, please be at alert to ask your question.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just have a question, more of political. In light of the fact that some of these candidates share similar, should I say, perspective on development, is it not reasonable to see how you guys can come together and maybe support one of yourselves, and those one person that can, make the prospect of a reasonable-minded person becoming a president more likely? That's my first question. And the second question is, if not you, who would you prefer to become the president among the presidential candidates? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Prince?
Well, basically, we are working together. This is, I can say this is an ADC inspired forum. I am here from SDP. And you will see that prior to the time of the primaries, many things that they will do in ADC, I will even sponsor it. And in Anambra State, the last election that produced Soludo, SDP did not have a very strong candidate there. I gave a lot of resources to ADC candidates there. I sent people there to assist. I gave them financial support. I gave them all sorts of support. And they came as ADC as a whole to come and thank me. And I've sponsored many ADC events. And even in ADC, when they had their disagreement, I did a lot of liaison between Dumebi and the former national chairman. And so we are very close. And the same thing with my brother Omoyele Showore. We interact a lot. And the same thing with Malik Ado Ibrahim. You either find me in his house or you find him in my house. So what we're working out the mechanism, the only people I can never support, and not because I hate them, I can never support APC, PDP, or what Labour has become now. I can't support them, not because I don't have anything against them individually, but I know it's the status quo. Nothing will come out of it. You only go and become a minister or something, and then you become a Keyamo, God forbid. So that is what is going to happen. So, but second question, I believe that Malik Ado Ibrahim is very good. He is very calm. He knows what he's doing. I know that Showore is very radical and is committed. So if you support him, you know what you are getting. I don't have a problem with Dumebi as well. He has his own vision of doing things right in the country. So I believe that as a leader of a political party, you can't just make a personal choice. And I believe that many of them have expressed similar sentiment towards me. So I believe that between now and election time, we'll see how things go. We'll come together. But definitely we're not running against each other as it were. We're all still working the same direction for now. And I believe that we do not disappoint Nigerian people. But the most important thing is for people to realize that we need to mobilize first. Because sometimes if you're not strong on the ground, even 3 or 4 of you merging together, you're not even up to 1 of the people you're opposing. So you must work very hard on the ground. And if you're not working hard on the ground, all of you can merge, who cares? It's not about merging. It's about what do you do? There are 2 or 3 political parties. If they merge together, nobody will feel anything because they're not on ground at all. So you want to make sure you're on ground, you actually have followership, and you have what it takes. So if a political party is asked to bring their party agents, and they cannot get party agent in 2 or 3 states out of 36, if you're merging with them, really, what have you achieved? So that's why I've been encouraging each of the political parties to go and work very hard. You could see how hard SDP is working. We're in every state, we're working very hard, we're going to grassroots, and you could see recently, in the last recent elections, we've been doing very well. I just give an illustration of what we did in Niger State of recent. So we're working. So I believe that by February, there will be a meeting. ABGA is part of it. We've had meetings with ABGA people. So, but these people, these candidates are leading people, and it's not easy for them to just come out as individuals and say, I prefer this person. They still have to carry their party machinery along because politics is complicated. Otherwise, they will say, oh, maybe they sold out or something. So everybody is kind, and then when the followership are the ones saying, okay, let us come together, it's easier. I know what I did when I was coordinating all the 14 political parties under the third force. I know how hard it was to get, even when the chairman agreed, the secretary agreed, you will see the members will not agree, and things like that. So we're working. So it is not, if Dumebi, excuse me, is supporting me now, he's not supporting me as Dumebi. He has to support me as Dumebi of ADC. which means he has to carry ADC along. If Showore is supporting me, it won't be Showore likes me and I like him. No, it will be that the AAC and all their sympathizers, the same thing. So it's a long process, but we'll get there. We're not against each other. We just want to make sure we give good governance to Nigerian people.
Thank you so much, Prince, and thank you for putting it out there that you have the Nigerian people at the core of everything you're doing, and you're determined to not just make this show of fame. I've always laughed when people say, oh, he's doing politics because of popularity. It's the worst place to even think about that. But thank you for reiterating your commitment to the people. Now I'll go to Mr. Adetipe, please, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I'll go straight to my question. As a young candidate running for the House of Representatives in Osun State, with my little interaction with the people at the grassroots, I noticed that what we are fighting is more of ideological war between the old order and the new order. The question is going to the two presidential candidates here. What are you going to do different in terms of political education for our people? Because I noticed that it's the lack of political education that makes people feel like they can sell their vote. What are you going to do differently in terms of political education? That's number one. And number two, sir, SNSC, Mr. SNSC, President candidate of SDP, are you of the belief that, okay, our major problem in this country is our constitution? If yes, are you also willing to support, and how are you going to do it so that we can have a very good constitution that work for every Nigerian? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's where I'll pass the question over. Prince?
Thank you. Number one, our problem is ideological, it's also cultural, it's attitudinal, it's not just ideology only. Because even people mount ideology and talk about when they have access to power, the ideology disappears. So it's also culture. The major thing I can say is that representation, to act for people who are not there, is the essence of democracy. That's why you elect people. Go and represent me somewhere. Go and hold the power. So for a president to know that the presidential jet is not mine, the presidential villa is not mine, the pen I'm using to write is not mine, the powers are not mine, even the time is not mine. So I won't have my friends come to the villa and we're laughing our way and wasting our time. I'm a public servant. I need to use the time to attend to my file and work. So that sense is missing. It's missing on the side of those who represent people. It's also missing on the side of those who send people to represent them. So when you are doing the politics, they think that they're doing coronation for you. They are not looking at it like you are going to do their work. They say, pay me before I vote. Pay me before I come and contest. Support you. Give me t-shirt. Do this. So they don't have a feeling that you are just sending me on an errand. Why should I pay you to send me on a difficult errand? That's number one. Number two, with respect to political education, that's what we are doing now. It's about talking to people to change their mind and let them understand clearly that this is what democracy is, because it's alien to our culture. We are used to traditional rulers and all of that. We're not used. This is a white man system, and we need to imbibe it. So with the government, if you go to Ondo now and you throw a stone at the palace of the Oshima, where the whole town will rise and say, why can you desecrate our kingdom like that? But if you set fire on a local government office, they will say, God punish the local government. So that is we need to own the government. That is the culture. If we do that, we will succeed. Then with respect to young and old, I think the ideology is unfortunate if I say this. Even there are a lot of young people who are more conservative than older people when you interact with them. So we all have to learn quickly. We all have to learn to adopt a representative sense. So a representative government, you have a sense of, okay, this is what we want to do. This is how to represent our people. So, but the issue of, I don't know if you mentioned the issue of corruption or something. Basically, for me, I think that the solution is leaders have to live by a personal example. We have to do everything we can as a people to have leadership that leads a personal example. There's nothing complicated in this issue of democracy and what we are doing. It's just that we have to have a leadership that is out there willing to lead a people. So I'm not too worried about the complication of politics. I'm more interested in, am I sending the right message? Am I giving the right example? Am I explaining to people what is at stake? Are they aware? Are people following me? I don't worry so much about, 3 million followers, whatever. I worry about the fact that the people following me, do they understand what I stand for? Why are they following me? Because I have people follow me for a long time. And one time they will hear that, somebody sent a car to one district and a car was not sent to them. They will say, we're not following anymore, we're going for this other person. So I realized that, okay, this person hasn't understood that following me, you are only following your destiny. It's not about me in person. So, and you see that, so it's a long interaction. I don't know if I got all your questions, but I think that was the second question you asked. So if you can ask that again, I think that I can answer that. But the first part was where my mind went to. So if you can, if anyone can remind me of the
Okay,
second
yes,
one.
sir. The second question is about the Constitution.
Okay,
Do you believe that our Constitution is our problem as a
Okay,
nation?
now the Constitution is a problem, but it's not the problem. So our Constitution is a problem in the sense that because of the sociology of our society and the evolution from the British supervised Constitution, which we had at Lancaster House, that produced the First Republic, and the military government and the military supervised one we had in 1977 at the Constitutional Assembly that produced 79 Constitution, and all the tinkering along the line that we did, what we have produced is a constitution that's like patch, what they call patch. Let me use Nigerian English, patch constitution. So it's like a tire that you take a vulcanizer. They didn't replace the tire, but they just patch tire in different places. So when the tire is punctured, you don't know which of the holes are punctured. But the most important problem is that we have incompetent and disrespectful leadership. So they don't want to obey the Constitution as it is. So the Constitution as it is now, if it's obeyed, we'll be much happier than we are now. But they're not obeying it. So it's like having a person who doesn't know how to drive. You give him a car to drive, but he has a wrong Google map. The Google map is wrong because the Google map is not going to take him to where he's going. But he's a bad driver still. He doesn't know how to drive. So even if you give him a good Google map, he will still crash the car. So you have to do both. You have to improve on the Google map to make it updated. You also have to make sure that the driver knows how to drive. And that is why 2023 is very important. You have to have leadership that has a constitutional spirit of obedience, that will obey the Constitution as it is. Then we can now find ways to improve on the Constitution. So there are things you want to change. You need to have a leadership that will give you a national consensus to amend the Constitution. You can see, I always use England as an example. They have amended, they have an unwritten Constitution. They've amended it many times. When I was born, England was not part of the European Union. But in 1973, they joined the European Union. And recently, they left the European Union, amended their Constitution again, and made the English law to be supreme. Scotland did not have the Scottish Parliament when I was born. Recently, they have the Scottish Parliament. And even the Scots are still saying they want to leave. They want to go and join EU. There was no Welsh Assembly until recently. So you can always be changing, but in each of these periods, they were obeying the Constitution that was in place. The policeman was doing his police work. The Parliament was working as a Parliament. The buses were running in London. The mayors of London were doing their work. So even if we are going to amend our Constitution, why are we not obeying the one we have now? Because the one we have now can make sure we eradicate poverty, can make sure we eradicate insecurity. It can make sure that a policeman does not kill somebody, can make sure that you handle your cases in court without bribery and everything. The one we have now is not the reason why we have potholes. So we can still implement it. Everything Jack and they achieved in Lagos, he achieved under the Constitution of 79, which is exactly the same as we have now, produced as 1999. Look at America. They have done 16 amendments to the Constitution. So if the Constitution is working, why are they amending it? The one they had in Philadelphia in 1789 had the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third Amendment, 14th Amendment, which made many of us to become citizens here. It is the 14th Amendment, otherwise no black man would have been an American citizen. But in each of those times, they are still making sure that their politicians are honorable people. And recently, when they had Trump, who was a very difficult kind of presidency he gave to them, it didn't matter what their constitution looked like. The man violated almost every part of it. So in conclusion, I am in favor of improvement in the constitution, but I am even more interested in improvement in the quality of people that we elect into office to lead us.
Thank you so much, Prince. I will do a personal one at this point. My question is, I don't know if you have taken time to look at the present budget passed by the House. That's probably, if you become the president next year, you will be inheriting that budget. Have you found holes? Do you think there's things to look at? I'm a little bit concerned about the deficits. I mean, with the revenue of about 8.1 trillion or thereabout, we're passing a budget of about 21 trillion or thereabout. Huge deficit there. Have you looked at it personally? Do you think there's something you will be beaming your light on concerning this budget?
Okay, let me tell you something about this budget. This budget, don't waste your time on it. First, the government that put it in place. Look at their previous budget. They didn't implement it correctly, 2021. 2020, look at the performance, and then 2019. And look at their medium-term expenditure framework, MTEF, that they did. Compared to the budget they did, they don't resemble each other. So it's like you now, you are showing your profile on you write your name as Bayole Ademola, but you are showing the picture of a baby, a white baby, a baby girl. I say that's who you are. So you are a man, an African, an adult, but the picture you are showing of yourself is that the baby, a 7-year-old girl, a white girl. So you don't resemble each other. The budget doesn't resemble reality on ground. Number one, if you look at the structure of the budget, the executive said we should spend 17 trillion. Later, when they met, they increased to 19 trillion, which is just by increasing the ways and means. When you go to the National Assembly, they added their own component to it. It became 21. None of which they have cash backing for. So effectively, the budget they have is a negative budget because the mandatory components of the budget is over 11 trillion. Mandatory component that whether you like it or not, statutory transfers, things you must do, debt you must pay, everything comes to about over 11 trillion. So 9 trillion is what they have left. That's why they keep adding to it for even the current recurrent. Now for capital, all those figures they put there for capital, no backing for it. So it's not a workable budget. Even when I'm elected, if I want to implement it faithfully, it cannot be implemented. So we have to come back and remember that they also have pending a supplementary budget for last year. I don't know whether Nigeria remember that as they are trying to pass this one, they have a supplementary budget that is pending to address the issue of flooding. And that one, I can't blame them because when I went to government house, Yenagoa, when I was addressing the government there, and when I went to Yola, addressing the government there, and commiserating with them over the flooding, I encouraged the federal government to put in a supplementary budget to address the flooding. So that one, I can take responsibility because I advocated that one. But when they came out with their budget, they came out with it too late, and the component of it does not address even the flooding. So long and short of it is that it is not a workable project, but I'm not surprised, because if you look at the performances that they've had in the previous budget, they are in the habit of first sharing the money, secreting all the money away, not recognizing statutory entitlement of the federation account. So they just share all the money and then do a budget that authorizes them to go and do internal borrowing, because they assume that the central bank will always be there to issue treasury bills on their behalf, and that they can continue to increase domestic debt. So even if you look at mature promissory notes that they issued as late as recently as last year, many of these promissory notes are now due. If you go to debt management office, they are not able to pay these notes. So you cannot give a simple answer to a wreckage. What you have is not like me coming to take over as a branch manager of the bank. No, that's not what is happening. You're asking me to come and run a bank that have just been looted by armed robbers. So I can't just take the book led by the armed robber and say, okay, let me start the banking from here. No, I have to reconstruct the entire thing. So what I would do is that once we're elected in February, the first thing we'll do is to have, because there's supposed to be a handover process. So we'll have some town halls where we deal with the budget. And those who are being elected to come to National Assembly, two things I can do. If the government wants to cooperate in a transitional way, I can work out a temporary transitional arrangement with them to take a new budget to National Assembly. If they don't do that, when I come in, the first thing I will do is to bring 2022 amendment budget and bring it to them, because that amendment will address so many revenue capture and everything, and we'll be able to shrink the debt component of it. I don't want the debt component of it to burn at 33%. So that if I have 33% this year, next year I can have like 25%. The other year I can have 15%. So by the time I'm doing my final year, I'll have like a balanced budget, because one of the aim I have is for the first time in a long time to finish a presidency with a balanced budget, because the healthiest budget that allows for other people to play around in the economy, so that you don't monopolize credit to the government, is to ensure that the government does a balanced budget. With the balanced budget, we'll be able to do quite well. So I'm working towards that. But this one now, even if I want to implement it, it's not implementable. It doesn't have cash backing. It doesn't recognize a lot of revenue that needs to come in. And it has a lot of wastage associated with it. And if you look at the projects that they have, many of the projects they have are not completable within the term. They are even supposed to pay money for legacy costs already. So, for example, the budget for rail line, I've seen the budget there. When you talk to the people who are in charge of the project, that money has already been spent. It's already old. So when the budget for Kaduna-Kano Road, for example, I'll be on that road. If you go towards Zaria, you will see that the road is completed up to Zaria. Beyond that, they can't do anything. When you talk to the contractors and talk to the Ministry of Works, the money they are budgeting now for that road is already money they owe them like 2 years ago. So the budget is not correct. It is not a proper budget. It's not a projection. So it's a mismatch.
I have a follow-up on that. And thank you so much for actually drilling into the fabrics of that. I have a problem with candidates. In fact, I think all candidates should be talking about that budget right now, because it's what they are probably going to inherit, and it's what a major harm of how they are probably going to bring their plans into fusion. What do you think is responsible for such a wishy-washy kind of presentation? I mean, we have almost 360 House of Representatives. We have about 109 Senate in the chambers. But when these people, either the executive arm or the legislative arm, when they bring this type of budget, or when they do all these type of activities and they present it to Nigeria, sometimes you check yourself. You're like, do they think we are this stupid? In your government, Or even from your own personal perspective, why do you think this happens higher up there, and what is going to change?
There are 5 reasons why it happens. Number 1 is that many of the items in the budget are contractor driven. They are requests made by contractors or the various ministries. So they carry it together and go to Villa and go to the Federal Executive Council. It is not, they're not doing zero budgeting where they sit to the planning. Second, in the planning office, I've worked with them on many projects in the National Planning Office. Now, National Planning is part of Ministry of Finance. So what you should do normally is that the National Assembly ought to have its own budget office. So you will see that there's a CBO in America called Congressional Budget Office. So in that budget office, the National Assembly people have an ideal of what the budget should look like. So when the executive brings his own budget, before they even bring the budget, the people in the National Assembly budget office and the people in the Ministry of Budget or the Budget Department will meet and try to set out certain framework within the medium-term expenditure framework. And if that framework has a problem, because the other time when I met with the National Assembly Committee on Appropriation, I started fighting with them over the MTEF, that your MTEF is silly. Your MTEF is not recognizing revenue, where government is supposed to collect 30 billion. In your MTEF, you are expecting revenue of 3 billion. For example, look at custom. Why do you say every year they say, oh, custom exceeded their budget requirement? Because the MTEF is so poorly done that if you have port operation, if you pay 10 million naira to customs, 8 million, I can guarantee you, goes to the custom people themselves. Through one charges, one levy, so you pay more outside than you pay inside. So there is nobody in National Assembly Budget Office who is able to look at the revenue point. Custom is one of them. You are bringing containers, you are bringing goods to the country. NNPC is one of them. So they will say, NNPC did not tell us how much crude they sold. I'm a private individual. I know how much crude NNPC is selling. When I told the National Assembly members that they are stealing 80% of the crude, they're asking me, how do you know? You are supposed to know. That's your job. So that is the second level. They don't have that capacity. Third level is that they can't do the job. And you blame our people for that because many people they send to National Assembly don't like reading. And the aides that they have, some of the aides are worse than them, that their campaign manager in their constituency, they are their wife's relative, their own relative, so they can't read. So when so they can't study these documents, they can't read. But if you go to other countries that are doing well, a congressional staffer is 10 times smarter than the congressman. So you can have somebody who's a PhD or who's a retired permanent secretary. He's supposed to be a legislative advisor to a House of Representative member. Even you retire from custom as a deputy controller general, you are still supposed to be hired as a congressional aide or legislative aide, National Assembly. So you have to build the National Assembly capacity. Look at the clerk, look at the staffing. So in many of the National Assembly, they don't even want you to post accountant to the committee. They don't want you to post lawyers to the committee. They say they don't want. Because all they are interested in is that they go and talk to the executive, put my project inside your budget, and I will pass it for you. In some instances, they collect money from the minister. In some instances, when the ministers fail within the executive branch to put their pet project inside the budget, they will go outside and connive with the legislators to smuggle it. So the budget doesn't resemble what the executive wanted. Because so then the third component or the fourth component is that generally speaking, the public is not engaged in the National Assembly. Even under the military, if they wanted to read the budget, everybody in the country would be quiet. Man, Nasima, everybody. When I addressed Nasima in Enugu, I reminded them that even under the military, they will consult the Nasima, National Association of Chambers of of Commerce, Industry, and Mines and Agriculture. They must be consulted because they are the ones to create the job. No, they don't do that. The last part was that the central bank has failed to separate itself from the government because budget is a fiscal side. It's not a monetary side. The only implication you have for monetary side of budgeting is that if the fiscal side has a deficit, then you need to find a monetary way to manage the deficit. And if the central bank is sending warning to you that I'm not going to tolerate any deficit finance above 13%. So government, go and sort yourself out. I'm not going to give you any instrument to monetize your deficit. So government will be forced. But the central bank governor is a cashier. He's part of the villa. He goes there every day. He's part of them. So there's no balance between the fiscal policy and monetary policy. The two of them have merged into one error. So those are the things you see that is going on now. And then if you look at political parties, tell me, when last did you hear that the political party brought out their chief economist? So the political parties that want to take over government don't have economists in their own team as well. So they cannot respond to issues. Who is the chief economist for APC? Who is the chief economist for PDP? Who is the chief economist for Labour? But the chief economist for SDP is Energy James, a young man. So we monitor the economy, we discuss it. So you need to have that across board. And many of the newspaper houses, media houses, they have economists among them. They just talk about the figure only and then disappear. They cannot dig down. And if you call candidates now and do a town hall and say, let's discuss this budget, you will see that even the response of many people who say they want to take over from the government is worse than that of the government in terms of understanding of these fundamentals. So those are the problems that I see there. So in our government, these are the things we are going to correct.
Thank you so much. One question before I go to Rudolph is this, because I always believe people talk about what are you going to do, what are you going to do? Usually one big arm of government, the executive, where they also try to push things is legislation. Do you have any legacy bill you have in mind? And I'll give you an example. Just the Affordable Care Act is big, and most of the most presidents around the world, their first 100 days, what they are mostly trying to focus on is passing up bills that can change and have very deep, very great effect on the people, because you might not be able to move resources that fast. Do you have legacy bill that you think that you are bringing to this to the table if you become president?
There are many of them, but the first one is what I call LIE Act, L-I-E Act, Legislative Investigation and Evidence Act. That is to say, you cannot lie if you are in government. Let's first start with that one. So anytime you go anywhere and you want to speak on public matters, you must first take the oath. If you lie, we dismiss you, we send you to jail. Because that's the most important thing. Because people go to National Assembly and tell lies. You cannot lie to the US Congress. It's a very serious matter. So you cannot have a government that will work if you can lie. So that's the first thing. So if they ask you, did you attend Elewera primary school or not? You have to answer, yes, I did. No, I did not. You cannot lie. And a lot of lies people get away with in government. That makes it difficult. Even as president, you will see that your officials will come to you and tell you big lies. Even in the campaign, people who work for you in the campaign tell you bogus lies. Yeah, we have gone to Onitsha, we have put the posters everywhere there. Then you find out that they have not. There's a national disease of lying. So people are late for appointment. The first thing they will tell you, I'm stuck in traffic. There's no traffic. So, and they carry that into government. In private life, it can be embarrassing, but in public life, it's damaging. So that's the first thing. So that way, when a journalist is asking questions of a public official and is not talking sensibly, you can always take him to a government forum, whether in the court, whether in legislature, whether in the Federal Executive Council. I want that to be understood that you cannot lie. That's a very important part. Second thing I will deal with has to deal with ensuring that public servants use public utilities. That's the second thing. Because when you don't use these utilities, you don't care for them. You are a minister of education, or your children are schooling abroad. You are president and minister, you don't use national hospital, you don't use public hospitals. You are a governor of my state, he went overseas to go and treat his prostate cancer, whatever problem he has, which everybody can have it. But how many people inside the mother and child hospital that was built by his predecessor is not maintaining it well? But when he needed to do the prostate surgery, he went abroad. So those are the things we need to do. So see that if you are going to serve in my government, I'm not saying Nigerians should not keep their children abroad, but you cannot be a minister under my government unless you have brought all your children back home, unless your wife is back home, unless you are home using our services. That way, we know we are not going anywhere. If we die here, we die here. We live here, we live here. The third law that I will bring about is mandatory declaration of assets, public declaration of assets. If you don't want to do it, no need to come to the public. Just forget about it. I'm not saying you cannot keep your wealth to yourself, but you cannot be in public that people don't know your assets. So there are other things we can bring, but those three things, I believe we do that, it would help. But there are other legislation other people will bring, which I can support. But these are the ones that I have in mind immediately now.
Thank you so much, Prince. Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Prince, thank you. It's nice to connect to you again. And I want to say that after you appeared on my show, a lot of people picked interest in your candidacy, and they all reach out to me. They want me to bring you back. But one of those people said something to me when I told him I was going to be on this to listen to you. And he said that he would like to run for president next 4 years. He wants me to find out from you, based on your experiences, what should he start doing on February 26th to prepare himself to run for president?
He should start supporting me. He should start supporting me now. because if he doesn't support me now, he may have a difficulty even running for councillor. Because the country might have been taken to a point where he will be afraid to enter the country. So I don't want us to have this idea of postponing action we can take today. For you, before I started running for president, I was supporting people, making contribution. Anywhere I found a good candidate, I would go and support. Many of the political parties you see today, I saved many of them from being registered by INEC. When they will say they had no office, I will give them offices. I will do things for them. There are political parties that I didn't belong to, that I've paid the salary of their executive for a whole year to support. So you can't just be in a bunker in your house, having beer with Rudolph, and meeting about how you are going to run for president one day. You know, it's not funny because lives are at stake. Our people, I was in Kano. I saw families whose job is to go to this Lebanese restaurant and gather the back, the peel back of watermelon, and go and put salt in it and be boiling for their children to eat. So those people, are they going to wait for this magical man to come in 4 years? So we have to do all we have to do. I was in Nemo. As I was sitting down there, they were burning INEC office, and I could see the smoke with my eyes. And the policeman was supposed to escort me to the airport the next day, did not show up. I had to escort myself. That's why I realized that I still remember the book of Psalm from the beginning to the end. And I took myself to the airport and flew out of Imo, and I'm still going back there. So you have to go around the country. So this is not funny. Later, people who are running for fancy, the Ross Perot of this world can come. But right now, the country is in danger. And I can tell you, forget about what they are saying in the media. If we had the more people, more resources, and we go to our community, we would defeat all of them in the election.
No. So sorry, Prince. Let me say something important now. Do you think that if you have 6 months, additional 6 months, that you can actually do better with
No.
time?
No,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
because the comedy show will continue for 6 months. If you have 6 days, and you all come out, you see the problem in Nigeria. One of the problems is that people always ask for what they want, they don't have, without using what they have. This 6 weeks is enough. The drama, the wasting of time that people are doing right now, I can guarantee you, if we don't do well, the turnout will be very low. I've been to Agulu in Anambra State. There are still votes for SDP there. I spent four days in Adamawa. I went to Genye. I went to Jada, where Atiku comes from. There is more vote for me there than even in my hometown, because people know the man very well. They know him. If you go to Osun State, where Tinubu comes from, and Lagos State, where is official state, people are ready to vote for you. There's nowhere you go. I'm competing with Kwankwaso in Kano. He's from Kano. And there's vote everywhere in Nigeria. One of the most progressive, radical wing of my campaign is Katsina. They spend their money. They donate their vehicle. One had accident with a broken leg. He was in the hospital. He was saying, go and put bandage on the leg. I want to go and campaign. So anywhere you go in Nigeria, these politicians, they're only entertaining the journalists, giving them money, painting them, and there are consultants who help you to take picture and Photoshop the picture for you. You look so good. They are the one following them. But the ordinary man on the street, so many of them, when they hear us for the first time, they say, where have you been? Which means that the blockade that the media has been giving has been working. So the media gives us blockade. So if people know that, oh, this alternative exists, when we went to Brekete TV, people were calling my phone, saying, even angry with me. Why are you hiding yourself? I said, am I hiding myself? Am I wearing masks? I'm all over the place. So this is, they know it. The elite of Nigeria, you see, it's just unfortunate that all the education given to the elite, everything, they just want to be boy to white people. They want to help them to steal all our oil, help them to steal our solid minerals, take over our banking sector. They just want to be in Victoria Island and Ikoyi and Dasarawa in Kano and GRA in Port Harcourt and just enjoy themselves only. They don't want to build a great country. They don't want to have factories that produce vehicles. They don't want to do agriculture. They just want to be a few. They want to be editor of a newspaper and be any salary of 500,000 editor. But politician will dash them 2 cars. Then the politician will buy them a house. Politician will pay their children's school fees. So because of that, they say, I'm loyal to the man. He helped me before. So anytime he wants to run the election, I'll block everybody. So that's what is happening in Nigeria. But if you leave the elite alone, who are not more than 400,000, all of them combined, and you go from community to community, people want to work. But some people will tell you, I need just 10,000 naira to hire Okada and go around all these villages for you. So those are the basic things that we need to work together. You know, this year, I refuse to collect money from website and everything because I saw the way INEC is writing all the complicated rules. I don't want anybody to embarrass me. That's why I refuse to put any account anywhere. I want to live above board, so nobody can say. But if you want to use your resources to print posters and go and paste it, I'm not against that. But don't send any money to me. Don't send any money to my account, because selective enforcement of the law, the APC has spent over 100 billion. PDP has spent over 60 billion. Labour has spent over 25 billion. They've all violated the law, but they will not talk to them. But it is you, they will say you collect money from Rudolph. And Rudolph is not a Nigerian because he lives in New York. Therefore, come on, you appear before EFCC. So as a result of that, I said, no, I'm not going to participate in this trap. What I'm going to do is anybody can talk to members of their community. You can do t-shirts, you can print posters. Even if the picture doesn't look good, I don't mind. I've seen some picture of me, I look like something else. But just paste it like that. Let people know that there's an alternative. Let them know that we want to eradicate poverty. We want to enforce Chapter 2 of the Constitution. We know how to manage the economy, and we know how to handle this insecurity and keep the country secure. If you do that across the country, the turnout will be wonderful, and we will defeat them hands down. It can be done. I can do it. Shiwore can do it. Anybody who can go out and do it on the street will do it. These people are big. You maybe can do it.
As long as you go around, what will not happen is ordinary superiority complex, sense of righteousness, feeling entitled. Is not going to do it. The community have to see us. Even as I get back to Nigeria now, I'm going from community to community. All these rallies, they don't matter. When Labour does rally, many people from SDP go to attend the rally. They tell me they are sharing money there. Let me go and attend and come back. They do, when APC does rally, people go the same thing. The same crowd pullers are the one. But when you go to community, you go and review the tape. Or when I was now in Ogbomoso, 2 kilometer length of crowd following me for 8 hours. We were trekking in Ogbomoso. We didn't give money to anybody. We didn't buy it from anybody. They just announced that I was coming, and we were going down for 8 hours from to 10 in the morning till 7 p.m. People were following me all over Ogbomoso. So it's like that all over. So people were willing, provided that, in fact, the political parties are even telling stories. They will tell me that, oh, maybe he's working for Atiku. Don't mind him. Oh, they will say Adebayo is working for. They just, because they know that we are credible and people will follow us. So they sign all kinds of negative information around. So things like that. So, but if we go around and do this work, in these next 6 weeks, we will defeat them hands down. That's my belief. If we don't do it, we will not do it.
Thank you so much, Prince. The word is that we all need to form clusters and, of course, work with these candidates. I heard that we have to, Church Arise has a project, Church Arise project needs to present something, but before it does that, Prince, my question to you, which you will answer, I just wanted to like settle a little bit down with you while we're listening to the presentation. And then Arise, you can start setting up if you need to share your screen or something. My question will be, what character do you think that people who will probably hear about you as a president? Not everybody will see you, not everybody might even listen to you. But I believe in the passive, in this passive mentorship, which I always say that leaders naturally exhume. If you're a leader, people will hear about you, people will know about your character, and because of that, they probably might change their ways. So what character do you think will probably percolate as a result of your president? Church Arise, are you ready?
Just in a minute, please.
Okay, so I think the presidential candidate can answer the question there.
It is just unassuming, humble leadership arising from exceptional personal example. That's all. It's nothing complicated there. They'll just know that this man says what he will do, he does what he will do, and it's by personal example. It's people will draw different lessons from your leadership. But my aim is that you come in there and make the presidency a servant position. Very simple, very humble, and very dutiful. So I won't tell a minister, come on time. The minister will just discover that the president is on time all the time. I won't tell the minister, I don't blow siren. You will see that I go around quietly. Right now, I'm a presidential candidate. They gave me 37 policemen, 48 policemen to follow me. How many of them do I even see and talk to? So the issue is to make sure that you make it simple and make it about duty so that people don't look at the majesty of the office. They look at the seriousness, the sobriety of the office, and they say that you deliver every day, you're always doing your work. So that's why it's like that. So if you call me, if there are 2 people calling me for a Zoom conference and it is 2 o'clock, 2 minutes to 2, I already joined. If you ask me a question, I answer. I do my duty. Anywhere you call me, just that. If you do that, Nigerians will learn that the best way to be a hero is to be in your little corner and do your job, not to be loud. And if everybody does their job, the country will be okay. Nothing complicated there.
Great, thank you so much. Christ Arise, Church Arise, are you ready? If not, I'll go to Dr. Ayodele.
Yes, please. Can this other device be enabled? I just sent a message on the group. Please kindly enable this one as admin.
Okay, let me do that right away. Hold on.
Okay, while setting up, Dr. Ayodele, sure.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. This has been an interesting session. I want to appreciate the two presidential candidates. I have a simple question. In my evaluation, Nigeria has three critical problems, which other problems are intertwined into poverty, energy, and security. Within 100 days, how do you guys, the presidential candidates, intend to at least drop these problems drastically, let's say to about 50%, and make it self-sustainable? Two, economy. Economy looks like our biggest problem, but our economic problem is actually a secondary factor, a secondary effect of some other problems. How do you intend to make Nigeria self-sustaining when it comes to economy? Thank you.
Okay, I don't know of any problem that can be solved in 100 days, if you are realistic. But a good government will set the tone in 100 days. You cannot generate electricity in 100 days. There's no magic to do it. Bola Ige promised to do that within 6 months under Obasanjo, and he burnt all the turbines trying to do it. And the power ran for some time, the whole system shut down. So it's a much more complicated issue than that. But what you can get in 100 days, even before we are elected, what I promise is a direction where the government is going. For example, we are elected in February. Before May 29, when we are elected, you will have seen the list of all the ministerial nominees, the ministry I want to take them to, and their profile. And they will have been going around the country, and industry and sectoral leaders and other interested people, media, NGO, CSO, will have been interrogating them, interrogating their background, and engaging them on these sectors. So that by the time we are sending their name to National Assembly, you already know who they are, what ministry they are going for, and stuff like that. Secondly, on the day we are elected, we are giving you a state of the account of the country, because there will be a transition committee, and our own will not be like the Ahmed committee that lasted 9 months after they got in. Our transition committee must end the day we take over, because that's the day the transition ends. So hopefully the government that is there will cooperate, and we will be able to get you the figure. But if they don't cooperate fully, wherever we get, that's where we stop with the transition. The government must take, and as soon as early June, first week of June, when I inaugurate the National Assembly and they elect their principal officers, I'm sending the list of ministers to them, and I will have talked to them that with all these pre-hearing we have done, please let us have the ministers either accepted or thrown out within a week or two, so that we can start government on time. Then we will now start to deal with the issues. But to say that I will solve a problem that has complicated engineering, I've run power projects all over the world. And in 2001, September, the last time I had anything to do with power, I was addressed National Council on Power. Shegun Agagu, of blessed memory, was minister at that time. Makoju was the MD of NEPA. And Daji Magoje, who's a senator now, was Minister of State. And Dr. Ekerendu, who is now a member of my campaign council, was permanent secretary. And I advised them that the approach they were taking, the NIPP will never work. And I told them many things that has come to pass now. So I wouldn't be giving them that kind of advice and not advising myself now, which is now 21, it's now 22 years after I advised them that time that they will not succeed. And I gave them a plan that will work, because I had advised ESCOM and other power companies all over the world. And I said, use your own system will never work. So, and the summary of that is that these are the things that will show. And when you see it, we will decluster the power and create clusters across the country, and would make sure that the National Integrated Power Project is a backup power project. But every region will develop its own power infrastructure and utilities. And we are going to remove some of these discos so that we can have community-based infrastructure management. Many, even in America here, many utilities are failing. I live in California for a long time. There's one we call PE&G, Pacific Gas, PG&E, Pacific Gas and Energy. We hate them because they usually give us a lot of problems. And many communities in California started running their own disco or utilities, as it's called here. So there are many things we can do, but I'm not going to be one of those who will tell you 100 days. But in 100 days, what you can get from me is a disciplined government with clean people, that when my minister is walking on the street or is passing by the airport, you will look at this a clean man. This is a man you can, this is not a man you can look at as a thief. This is a man who has come to rescue the country. We'll have that dignity and majesty of office that will command respect. That you cannot just look at us and say anything casual about leadership of the government. You will see that these are people who are patriots. So those are the things that I can give you in 100 days.
Thank you so much, Prince. Christ, can you give us this in a few minutes so that we can end the space?
Okay, thank you very, very much for the opportunity once again. So this is just to run our participants in this very unique occasion through what we have termed the 2023 candidate verification form. Why we're excited to present this is because it's the first of its kind. It's not something that is being done at one corner and then Nigerians are being given the results.
Twitter space, thank you so much for joining. I'm sure you have enjoyed the space
Hello.
that I have. If
Hello.
you have any questions,
okay,
let me mute him. Let me mute him. Okay. He forgot to mute himself.
Okay.
Let me mute him.
All right.
Okay, he has muted himself now. So go ahead.
He's muted himself. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. So what we are doing, with due respect to the presidential candidates in the House and other contestants and other political stakeholders who are in the room, this has never been done in Nigeria's history. And why are we so bold to say that? We're saying that because this is the first time we are putting a tool in the hands of credible people. Like you can see from the form, we say this is a survey strictly designed to be completed by carefully selected, pre-selected respondents. So we're not putting it in the hand of everybody, but we are not at the same time limiting the number of persons who can fill this, both locally and internationally. So those in the diaspora, they can fill this form. We're taking advantage of technology. So in a bit, I'm going to run you through how this tool is going to work, and it's going to change the face of Nigeria's electoral space, for good. Now, we're bold to say this because the people we are using who are the respondents, we have certain categories of people who fall into this. Number one, we're looking for academicians. We're looking for credible academicians, not just academicians. They must be credible. They must be non-partisan. They can be religious leaders, but they must be non-partisan, and they must have, good reference. People must be able to speak well about them all across. So these are the people across all the local governments of Nigeria, across all the senatorial and the House of Representatives, platforms in Nigeria. These two will be deployed, and they are already waiting. So, but we are, because we're putting finishing touches to this tool right now, we cannot make it available to even people here. But anyone who is interested can always chat me up. Already, some persons have started getting in touch with us, and we're going to put this out. We're going to be in the media, in the radio, television. We're going to make Nigerians understand that this is what we're waiting for. So very quickly, we want to assess a candidate. For now, the senatorial candidate, we want to also assess a senatorial candidate, let's say from, just pick a random state from Kogi State. No, Kogi is a bit far. Okay, so let me just pick from, let's say, Benue State. Yes. So the candidate is from Benue State and is a senatorial candidate. So all I do is, once I click on Benue State there, I'll click on next. And this is something you can do on your mobile device, actually. So what position is this candidate contesting for? So let's say he's contesting for senator. So it's a senatorial candidate. Then click on next. Then it's going to ask you what is the candidate senatorial district. So you just come here. We have all the senatorial districts in Nigeria, the 109 senatorial districts. So I just come and say, okay, since it's Benue, let's say Benue South, right? He's contesting for Benue South. And then I click on next. Then it now brings out the names of all the candidates contesting for Senate in Benue South. Now, if you notice carefully, we did not put the political party there because, like we said earlier on, in every political party, we have good people and we have people that are not so good. For want of, another word to use, you understand what I mean? So we have all kinds of people in all political parties. Yes, it's true that certain parties have more people of a certain type than others. We agree on that. So, but here we intentionally did not put the political parties because one unique thing about those who will be responding on this form are people who are within that constituency. So, for instance, people in Benue South that already know at least 2 or 3 people on this list. So they're able to make inquiries for the rest people and they're able to evaluate them independently. So we have Ujamatu, Onoja, we have Adegbe, and Enye, and so on and so forth. I don't want to bore you. But let's just say we want to assess the last person there, which is Ogbe Simeon Ocheme. We'll click there and then we'll go next. Now, what it brings out is, irrespective of what INEC has provided us as age, you want to be able to say reliably from information. I spoke with some people who know him very well. His age is between 56 and 65, for instance. We are not relying on INEC information. This is a socially driven project, and we are relying on people, and we know, as bad as things are in Nigeria, we have good people, credible people who will, give us the factual information, even when they don't have it, to know how to get the right source. Now, academic qualification, what's the person's qualification? Maybe he has an MBA or higher qualification, we put it there. What's the person's morals? Moral assessment, what's your moral assessment of it? Is it very good, excellent, or is just good on the average? Then the person's spirituality, is the person a Muslim or a Christian or traditional worshiper? We don't bother about whatever, but is that person bold about whatever faith he's proclaiming, or the person is the secret type? So if it's a person, the morals seem to be good, but spiritual is secret, we rate that, we have a tool at the end of the day.
That's unconstitutional though. It's against Nigeria.
No. That's
I'm
not.
just letting you know.
I understand. I understand, sir.
This question is null and void and it's unconstitutional. Just want to let you know.
Sir, yeah, we are just, this is socially driven, okay? So we are.
No, it's against the law now. You cannot be breaking the law. Are you going to have a lawless society where people's spirituality, when it's unconstitutional? You cannot do it.
It is well noted, sir. I will take questions at the end, sir. I will take questions at the end.
Just remove it from me. That's what I'm saying.
Well noted, sir. So then, what was the person's reason for? We now go to the motivation. Why is the person contesting for this post from the point of view of the respondent? Is it for public service? Is it group interest? Is it personal interest? Is it godfather? Is it being positioned there for just money? Let's say the person is doing that for personal interest. From assessment, of course, the person can be wrong, and that is why it's not just one person assessing by constituency. Then what's the person's source of wealth? Is it private business, verified private business? Is it public service? Is it family politics? Is it dubious? Let's say this particular person is through family. Then we click on next, and then you have a final assessment tool. So this is where you now want to say, in all good conscience, honesty and sincerity, you want to give your own personal assessment for this candidate. You want to say that this candidate is highly recommended, it's just recommended, neutral, you're neutral about him, whether he goes forward or not, or it's not recommended, it's a danger to avoid. So in this case, let's say this person says it's just neutral, and then you submit. So now we're getting this done, and like you can see, this is something that is done in less than 1 minute. In less than 1 minute, we have aged people who have nothing to get again from Nigeria other than to give the best in terms of the assessment of these people. They can speak with their children, they can speak with their grandchildren, they can find out information. Young people can, so when we have this done at every level, you realize that we have more than 6 weeks before the next election. And I can assure you that these results we are not just putting out the best candidates out there for Nigerians to know, but we are also mobilizing every form of resource, every form of support for these best candidates. Once we're done with the, once we conclude the assessment, the best candidates will receive every support possible to ensure that they get in there. And from what you can see already, we're not going to get people only from a particular political party. And I think at this point, I'm going to stop, but I won't stop without saying that it's very important that some of the, because this is a presidential debate session, so Your Excellency, sir, the SDP candidate, thank you so much, sir, for your feedback. However, I just want to say that it's important that we use the remaining period to feed, like you mentioned, the acts. One of the acts that you said when if you eventually get into office, you're going to you talked about the lie act, which was very, very significant. I noted that we cannot be lying to people in the name of governance or politics and expect that we ever make any headway. And that is why one of the lies we must, and I think this applies to everybody on this call, one of the lies we must, even if we've been telling that before today, we must not say our party or our group has 100%, because even Jesus had only 12 people. I mean, I'm a Christian, so I'm speaking from a Christian point of view, and that applies to even other religions. Jesus had 12 disciples, and one of them was a thief. So if you have a group, a political party, and you're up to 12 and 20, and you are telling me nobody there is a Judas, then I think that is not, we're not telling ourselves the truth. So there's no political party that doesn't have a Judas. You know, maybe he's in a high position or a low position. So let us be factual about that. And that is why this is not about party assessment. This is candidates. The candidates in the House of Assembly, the candidates in the Senate, House of Rep, the governorship, every position will be evaluated. And you can be sure that this is going to give us Nigeria electing the best, which is what we in Church Arise will be campaigning. And we are not campaigning. I want to repeat this for emphasis that it is not, we're not pushing for Christian candidates. We're pushing for people, just to buttress what you said, sir. We are in no way trying to rate candidates based on whether they are Christians or they are Muslims or anything. No, we are saying those who are not, I mean, of any faith, for maybe, for instance, a candidate who is even an atheist, that's okay. So that person, if he meets all the criteria, he is our candidate, and we in Church Arise Project, we're going to project that person on our website. We're going to go on, as we're having invitations on radio and television. We're going to go there and let the people know that why we are backing this candidate is not because he's from party A or party B or C. We are backing this candidate because he is, look at our parameters. The parameters are there. It's going to let you know that this person, we don't know the person, we've not collected funds from anybody, and we are not, I mean, going to do that to influence what we're doing, right? So that is just the presentation for now. Thank you very much for the time. I don't know if there are any questions I can quickly respond to, maybe clarifications. Thank you very much.
What should I put it in? Questions.
Oh, shit.
2 questions from people very quickly. Anybody asking questions? Okay, I don't see anybody's hands up. I think
if I'm permitted as a
yes,
candidate, the only thing I can say yes, we can only thank you. Anything that is contributed to the process of exposing candidates to the electorate, that's going to make set leadership criteria, anything that can project certain virtues, is always welcome. Layers and layers of activities are required to produce a well-rounded leader. My only observation was in the area of spirituality, and I think you observed that is to say, there's a constitutional right to conscience in Nigeria. So you cannot evaluate people based on that. That's the only thing that I'm saying. And because it's also subject to abuse and all of that, and if you are doing anything in this our generation, we have to make sure we do things which are lawful and constitutional. So where the Constitution says you cannot discriminate against somebody, you cannot evaluate them based on that. For example, if someone was looking for a job in the Ministry of Works and you are interviewing him, you cannot say, can you tell me more about your spiritual life? It will be unconstitutional. So if I want to make somebody a minister and I'm interviewing them, I cannot come to the question and say, tell me more about your spiritual life. It will be unconstitutional. That's just the only contribution I have to make to that. Otherwise, you are welcome to emphasize leadership qualities and to encourage people to know their candidates better and to get feedback. So I appreciate your effort and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Prince.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Your is well noted.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you,
Chacha Rice. So, Mr. Aziz Haifon, your question.
Thank you,
quickly,
Chacha
and I'll take a question from Chinedu. His hands up. Okay, Mr. Aziz, are you there?
Yeah,
Yes,
good
I am
afternoon,
there.
sirs. Yeah, I'm here now. So all
Okay.
protocols are well
I'm
and duly observed.
ready to bomb this shit.
My name
Please
is
go ahead.
Hakim. My name is Hakim Aziz Ajibola from the
Hakim
Polytechnic of Ibadan.
Hakim Aziz,
Yeah.
before you
Yes.
go ahead, Hakim
Okay,
Aziz,
sir.
just hold on a minute. Have you, Dr. Demola, have you removed that guy?
Yes, that's what I'm doing right now.
All right, thank you. So we had an intruder, we needed to remove him. So go ahead, Aziz.
You can stop sharing church Arise. Go ahead, Mr. Aziz.
I am a student representative from the Polytechnic of Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria. So I'm here to ask our presidential candidate some questions relating to we students, what we are facing on campus. And, you know, education in Nigeria and of nowadays has become something that is not worthy to be talked about. And this thing is really affecting a lot of youth of nowadays to
Shut the
do
fuck
what
up.
is necessary. So I'm only here to ask him what is the plan in which our presidential candidates have for the students? What do you intend to put in place to make the education sector to be more better for we youth of nowadays? Because I've been here.
I think, is that your question? So that we can.
Yes, that's my question.
Okay,
yes,
thank
that's
you
my
so much,
question.
Aziz.
Right.
I think we should, if you don't mind, I think we should also add another question from Mr. Chinedu, because our time is actually fast spent and we don't want to be labeled. I know if we give Prince all the time, he has all the answers to all our questions. Mr. Chinedu, you can go ahead. Yeah, you can unmute yourself and go ahead, Mr. Chinedu.
Thank you. Sorry. So, and I must say at this point that I love everything I've been hearing from him. So my question is, what his plan on? My full name is Chinedu Isiani. I'm a graduate of economics, but I fix phone for a living. I repair phone. I'm in GSM Village, as I speak to you, GSM Village, Abuja. And one thing I observe is that since the inception of mobile phone in Nigeria in 2022, no government has come to harness the ideas, the talent in the system of the phone technicians. The phone technicians has been self-made all this while. They have been struggling to do things on their own. The experience I have on this is that there was a time I write to the during when CBN was doing CBN loan, I tried because I want idea of phone recycling school, phone recycling. And I tried on my possible best. Nobody even cared on what I was talking about. So I realized that no presidential candidate is even talking on how to harness the ideas, recycling of so many used products in Nigeria, or how to even harness the ideas, this kind of and other technicians.
So, Mr. Chinedu, yeah, sorry, at the time. I think we should just ballpark it in asking him what
plans he has for the SMEs.
Let me address, if you don't mind, let me address that particular one.
Okay, great. Let me before you go on, sir, Mr. Chinedu, is that your question? So that okay, great. Okay, so you can continue to listen to him. Okay, Prince, go ahead.
You see, I know Computer Village very well, and if you know Oshodi, you must have seen a company called AfriOne. So you will see how we set up AfriOne. That's the first indigenous company manufacturing telephone in Nigeria. Now we supply it to government agencies, supply it to individuals. So I've always had interest in domestic manufacturing. So apart from my manufacturing in the pharmaceutical sector, apart from my investment in agriculture. So you cannot say, maybe you have not heard many of my interviews and you haven't read my bio to see what I've done. The most important thing we need to get right is that the CBN, even the government, the one run by Oshibajo on behalf of Buhari's administration, where they were giving money to entrepreneurs, they were doing it along political lines. You help sectors, you help industries, you don't help individuals. When a government starts to pick and choose who to help, then you have a problem. Trade that money, this and that. No, that's not how you help. You create a sector. There is some money being collected by NCC, and some of the monies go to NICHDA. There's an agency called NICHDA. In recent past, they use the money to do election, but millions of dollars are collected there. Each time you make a telephone call, you make some money that's supposed to be used to upgrade Computer Village, to make investment, to even help our fiber optic infrastructure. All this money is lost. I've given lectures upon lectures, speeches, where I say that all money look the same to politicians in Nigeria. All money tastes the same, it feels the same. So that there are dedicated funds. So we have enough money to do technological revolution. And there are many companies that allow for finishing of their products. So you get the product from China, you assemble in Nigeria. Most of these telephones that are brought to Nigeria, including Apple, Nigeria has such a large market that we are supposed to be like India, where you say you cannot bring them in. Even in the 70s, we only allow what we call CKD. If you remember the industrial policy which Awolowo introduced under Gawan, you could not bring any vehicle to Nigeria except as CKD. So that was why Pojo came to establish PAN in Kaduna, Volkswagen in Lagos, Steyr in Bauchi, and many companies establishing. And that's why in Onitsha and Nnewi, you will find that many of the foreign companies, Komatsu, all of them were allowing them. So if we make that policy today, that you cannot bring a complete telephone set to Nigeria, maximum you can bring is a CKD. You see, a Computer Village will become an assembly plant. It will not be just to fix bug and fixes in telephone. So, and if you have a contract to import a CKD into Nigeria, we will start to do what we call import substitution, certain components and parts which you can produce. So there's no rocket science there, but you need to have a Ministry of Trade. And that is other Ministry of Trade. If you look at Ministry of Trade now, have you ever seen them or heard them or observed them coming to Computer Village, coming anywhere? They don't. So those are the things we need to do. That's the only way we can start that revolution. But the solutions are there. Just that people who are responsible for it not paying attention. It's not that complex to do. But if you go to AfriOne right now, you can take a drive to Oshodi. You will see AfriOne there. So we established that company and it's functional.
Thank you so much, Prince. Mr. Aziz, I think we might have lost your question in that mix. And I think Mr. Aziz's question is that your concise plan for students.
Yeah, the plan for the students as follows. One, students start from elementary to primary, to junior secondary, senior secondary, then tertiary and postgraduate. And immediately post-study. That's why you see even in the UK, when you come to their country and they give you an education, they want to make sure they collect something from you before you leave. They will give you 2-year post-study so that they can collect back some of the education they gave to you. And they can also assess you whether you are further useful to the economy. So the plan I have for school is not just about paying teachers regularly to avoid strike. It's about changing the curriculum, developing the curriculum in such a way that it is more practical and you can be useful to yourself. And our interrogation of science, engineering, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is further advanced, and that our interaction with the arts and humanity is also very practical. So that way, you have a good curriculum, well maintained. If you don't steal all the money and you don't divert the money to politics, we'll have enough money for the recurrent expenditure of the education sector. Then in terms of capital, I have already said it on many occasions that we are going to build hostels. And when the federal hostels that we are building, we don't care whether it's a state school or federal government school or private school, any university, we will go and build hostels for all of them so that we can reduce the student population to 2 students per room so that they can study better. And we will ensure that we build classrooms to see that no matter what course you do, no course, no lecture theater takes more than 70 students per lecturer. So that way, things will be easier. So if you are teaching applied chemistry, it doesn't have to be one teacher that will teach them all. And if it's one teacher, he can't teach that applied chemistry class to 200 people at once. That's not educational engagement. You can break the classes into 4, but we make sure that the class doesn't go beyond that, which means that you have to expand the faculty in a way and also incentivize the student. But the most important thing is to have a system by which we take you and we add the post-study component to the NYSC. That's what we want to do. It's not complicated, but you must make adequate investment. Let me tell you, these things I'm talking about is not unknown to those who are in government now. But if you do all these things that I'm talking about, and you come and visit the president will not have more than 100,000 naira to give you because there will be no excess money left in government. The reason why they're not doing this is that if they have to make all this investment, then there will be no money left to divert. And that's the problem. But because you have so many social investment points that you need to pay. You need to pay nurses, pay teachers, pay firefighters, pay police, pay everybody, so there will be no money left. And if you have sat down with government people all the time when they're doing budgeting, it's always a problem. They are always concerned that you should not bring social services, other things that will take all the money. And that's why in England, in the UK, in most of Europe, other places, there's no money left in government. If £2,000 is missing in a department in Whitehall, in London, there's panic because almost every cent, every penny has been budgeted for, and there's somebody whose money it is that is waiting for it. And that is what we are going to bring back to the government. It will help the education sector. The same thing will apply to the health sector. Same to apply to other social welfare components.
Thank you so much, Prince. At this point, I think that I will pass the baton back to Mr. Yemi Awojide. I'm sure that we have all learned something, including myself, on this space. If you have not, you're probably on the wrong Zoom meeting. But thank you so much for your brilliance. Thank you so much, Prince, for putting yourself out there to run. I know I can slide into your WhatsApp anytime if I have personal questions, but it's a privilege sharing the space with you. Thank you so much. Mr. Awojide.
Wow, thank you, Dr. Ademola. I think we need to give a virtual round of applause for not just the presidential candidates that were able to make it in here. Just a closing remark. We started 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9 a.m. West African time, and both candidates were on time. They were the first to get onto the call, and I want to sincerely appreciate their presence and for them being here providing access to them to ask these tough questions. I appreciate all my hosts. I know the time zone could be very difficult. Dr. Demola, I really appreciate you. Florence, thanks for joining. I know she had to leave. Shodunke, thanks for joining. And everybody else that's asked all their questions. What's his name? I saw his name just now. I hope he hasn't gone. Has he gone? That's Rudolph. Rudolph, thanks for joining, and everybody else, all the ADC candidates that were able to make it. This was really very, very engaging. I've learned a lot too, Doctor. I've learned a lot during this session, and it's good that we have more of these, these critical questions. Let's discuss the Nigerian project. How do we solve our challenges? And we were able to deal with that. We started with insecurity. Both candidates responded to that. We dealt about education, how to solve education. We talked about insecurity. We talked about herdsmen and how to reposition Nigeria agriculture. We talked about, is the constitution, does it need fixing? Is it a problem? We talked about social media regulation. We talked about a lot of things. A lot of things we touched a lot of things during this last almost 4 hours now, 4 hours, 18 minutes. So I want to appreciate Church Arise for what they're doing. Thank you for joining, taking time out. So without taking too much time, I just wanted to make some comments about the question about education. I think education is very important. It's very, very important. Unfortunately, our education system has not been re-engineered to come up to scale with the 21st century kind of education in the other parts of the world. And going back to what Dumebi Kachukwu said earlier, the greatest asset of Nigeria are Nigerians. So the guy in the computer village that's fixing phones, how can we create tech hubs across all the 774 local governments in such a way that we can harness that skill and export it out to the world, to sub-Sahara Africa, or even beyond, right? Because we can leverage on the cutting edge technology to be able to achieve that. So there's so many ways we can flip the switch. However, leadership needs to change for that to happen. And based on our discussion, we Shodunke even asked that fundamental question, that how do you help people that don't want people to help them? How do you help somebody that is not asking for help, right? So leadership is very important. How do we get the electorate, the people that are meant to vote, the undecided voters, every other candidates to, ask the tough questions, not the bass-bows, I'm better than you. Let's ask the tough question. How are you going to compare and contrast and weeder out the best out of it and remove religious sentiments or tribal sentiments and talk to the issues? And those issues, by talking to the issues, we'll be able to identify the right candidates, and we should vote for them and let them get to power and change the status quo of Nigeria. So thank you, everybody. It's been
Mr. Ojide, sorry. Do you mind I just add one thing real quick? I know I gave you the baton, but I'm collecting it back briefly.
Okay,
and I just want to talk to everybody who has attended this space. I feel that people have probably spent like 3-4 hours. And if you have been a candidate before, I know what time means at this point. For Prince and Mr. Dumebi to come here and spend 3 or 4 hours with us, that's invaluable. It's a really big chunk of their time. But they have told us what they have, and I'm sure a lot of us on this space are like, wow, blown away by what they have spoken to us. Now it will be the ball is already in our court. If we leave the space and we say, oh, he's a brilliant man. He has said this and that. I think he's going to change Nigeria. But then we go with our sentiment. Then that is on us, literally. That is just on us. We are not ready for change because these people actually put themselves in harm's way. They spend their money, time away from family, time away from their career, etc., to run for office. It is also not cheap. But we electorates, in our own sentiments, either we are not ready to change the country or we are just boxed into that mental slavery that we also don't like to say that we are in. I think it's all going to be on us. We have 50 people here at least, I think on Zoom and also on Twitter space. So I'm sure we are even more than enough. Someone said Jesus Christ had 12 disciples and the gospel went across the world. You have friends at home. You can also preach that same gospel to them, that you found candidates that you can actually rely on. Let me give you another example. I work with here in Boston, Massachusetts, with Harvard Medical School, and I support a grant of about $1 billion. And what we do is that every year, when there's every time a president is coming in, we actually go into the manifesto and see what plan he has for research. If we look, we support the one that has planned for us, because a president can come in and just not get interested in thoracic surgery or cancers releasing to the thorax, and he's going to ground that project. So we don't even allow him to campaign to us. Once we see that he's supporting our idea, we go ahead and campaign for him, and he does not even know us, because we know that once he becomes president, he is going to continue to sustain our own jobs. And that's how things work in developed countries. They cannot be everywhere. We will be the one to go and shout and say, okay, these people have said when he comes into office, he's going to protect these SMEs, he's going to give us security, he's going to do this. Please let us vote for him so that he's going to benefit all of us. Not, oh yeah, he has not come to me. I have not even do something. We are more than enough to even spread the gospel across Nigeria. So I just want to say the ball has been passed to us. It's now in our court. I think that we take this gospel, we keep it moving forward. And 2023, we're already in 2023. 2 days ago, we were saying next year. Now we're in 2023. In 55 days or thereabout, there's going to be an election in Nigeria. And it is another chance for us. So thank you so much. I just said that.
Yeah, so Dr. Demola, you know, before you joined, His Excellency Prince Adewale Adebayo, he said something that really struck me. In fact, when he said it, I thought very deeply. I was opportune to visit Elmina Castle in Accra, Ghana. That's the headquarters of slavery back in those
point
days.
Of no return.
Yeah. So Mr. Adebayo, he mentioned the name of a slave, a slave freer in Southern America. I forgot the name right now, and that story struck me, and it should really strike Nigerians in the heart that if you take, that person was trying to free slaves from their masters, and some of the slaves were reporting the slave freer to their slave masters.
Oh, Harriet. Yeah.
Can you imagine that I want to free you from slavery, and you say, you don't have food for me. What food are you going to feed me for me to walk to Canada? You're not going to provide. I'm going to die on the way. I'm not, hey, okay? This guy, you know, you won't come free also, come catch him. That is what's happening to Nigerians. Let's look at it let's flip it to the Nigerian case. We have the political elites. They are going for foreign healthcare. Their children are abroad. It's public knowledge. They post it on their social media. They post it all around. Their children are going to school abroad. They are going for healthcare abroad. In fact, some of their food inside their house, everything is imported. So presidential candidates are importing chocolate, and people are supporting them. Right? You're supporting your slave masters. The Stockholm syndrome is real. We're here talking about the issues the volume is not high. But if it's gas boats, we have 1,000 people here, right? So the problem of Nigerian are Nigerians. I always use the Yoruba proverb, the insect that is eating the vegetable is on the vegetable. Now they kill ourselves until we wake up and say, hey, if like say this suffer, don't suffer, Richo. Look at these people, they don't mean us well. Anybody that comes to give you money to vote for him, or give you rice, or give you t-shirt, or give you money to come and do rally, they are your public enemy number one. No rocket science. And we kind of hide it under poverty, that we are poor. We are poor. No, I don't think it's poverty alone. It might be poverty of the mind. It's poverty of the mind. It's not poverty as in I'm hungry. 4,000 naira they give you. Would that feed you for the next 4 years? Or the 10,000 or the 100,000 they'll give you? So that's the question. And we really need to wrap it up. I see 2 hands up. We're going to just do 1 minute each. Dr. Ayodele, 1 minute. I see Elizabeth, Ekanem, 1 minute. Over to you.
Let's take the questions together so that we don't
Yeah, let's take it together.
Thank you so much, the moderator. Thank you, Prince. My question is this. It goes to education. Now, what's your major plan on education and research development in relation to Nigeria being competitive in line with the global technological trends? Today, augmented reality and simulations have started teaching in Japanese primary schools. Thank you.
Great. Is Elizabeth Ekanem?
No, that was Dr.
Yes,
Ayodele.
I want us to take the questions together.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, House.
Good afternoon.
All right. My name is Elizabeth Ekanem, and I'm the head HOAs of ADC party nationwide. So the last meeting we had with the Church Arise, there was an information that the Church Arise were not able to get some of our candidates. So if you're able to reach out to them and get them.
Elizabeth, this is
Yes,
the presidential debate. This is not on Church Arise. Can we take that question offline for the Church Arise?
Okay.
Yes, let's go to Igumbo Christie. Or you can actually private chat him. He's on this Zoom meeting. So if you have a question for Church Arise, that would be great. Miss, I think it's Mrs. or Miss Igumbo Christie.
Good afternoon, His Excellency. Good afternoon, able comrades on the line. I am Mrs. Igumbo Oluwakemi Christiana, the Edo South senatorial candidate. I've been on this poll with you since morning. I want to really commend your efforts and the way you have been attending to all the questions. Mine is not really a question, though I put it on the chat some hours ago, because I really wanted you to talk to the as regard that issue of insensitivity given to electorates to vote at this time, this period of time of this election period. So while you were talking, you were able to address it, and His Excellency Rika Chukwu, our ADC presidential candidate, also addressed it. So it has been a very serious issue on ground here in Edo State. You know, our people have been so brainwashed to the extent that they don't even value you, that you took the risk of coming out to say, yes, I want to put an end, I want to change the narrative. We want to see this Nigeria work. We want a workable environment for every one of us. We want equality. We want to eradicate the inequality, this wide margin between the rich and the poor. So I just want to say, I want to drop my voice. I want to add my voice to what you have said. It's a misplacement of value. Like I've been telling them, most of my local government chairmen, because I have 7 local governments under my senatorial district. And that is what I have been telling them, that they should, please, let's say no to this aspect of selling out our votes for a token, just for rice. How many trucks of rice can I distribute? to the 7 local government that will be enough for the next 8 years. Why do we like to sell our rights, our vote for opinions? So I want to say, I really like the way you answer this question, and I will continue doing it the way I've been doing, telling them the truth, that we are not ready to sell our right for Hollandis. Because I was made to understand that the bigger parties are everywhere in the community. They are even giving some market women Hollandis for 45,000. So I'm giving them rice, giving them granite oil, and to God be the glory. Any gathering I call, as we are doing our window campaign, the moment they are coming, they are all coming with serious grievances and agitated to see that I want to see the senatorial candidate. How can she do that? She has not given all this, she has not given all that. Other parties are distributing. But it's time I'm able to open my mouth, talk to them, let them see reason why this cannot come from me. I tell them, I talk to them, at the end of the day, they are all happy. So I want to encourage as many of us that are like me, I don't have these things to give to them because we meant good for this nation. They should just keep on the fight. Let's go to the polling booth at 25th February. Let's see if Nigerians, they have actually ready for positive change to fight for the future of our children. At the poll, we'll get to know come February 2020. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I think Prince has actually answered all the questions that was asked, including the educational part. Well, I'm definitely sure he has other insights to the question. He might have more insights to the question, so I'll allow him to further shed more light if there's any angle he thinks he needs to bring in.
Okay, I can only thank distinguished Mrs. Igumbo. She's hit the nail on the head. She has the right values, and the essence of offering yourself to your people is not to impose yourself on them, it's to expose yourself to them. And once they know you, it is the same generation, it's descendants of the same generation that they were given Jesus and Barabbas, and they said they prefer Barabbas. So it is until the time appointed for liberation comes, people will still be making wrong choices. So one untold story in the Bible, and people don't realize that it's not every Israelite that follow Moses. Some remain in Egypt till the end. So now, with respect to what Dr. Ayodele mentioned, research and development, R&D, comes after teaching. Lecturers who are not settled enough to teach the basic curriculum, they are not going to be available to do research. So what we need to do is to make sure that the environment is conducive enough. And that's one of the reasons why I spoke against the IPPS that they introduced into academic environment. They don't understand that an academic, a lecturer, even if he's not teaching, the mere presence on the faculty, doing research, going out, is enriching the faculty. So we have to rethink our educational process. It's not so difficult to do. In June, I met with the historical Black colleges and universities in America, all of them, and I had a deal with them to provide 2,000 professors who would be mentoring Nigerian universities, having a sabbatical relationship with them. I'm working with them on how we can have exchange programs and some courses being audited on both sides of the Atlantic. There's so many options we can have. We have open universities now. So there are many things we can do. One of my educational advisors who's on my campaign is Professor Jegede, the pioneer and the founder of Nigerian Open University, who had done Open University in India, in Hong Kong, and in Australia. He was very instrumental to the Open University in those places. So Nigerian, we have faculty everywhere in the world. Even the so-called Japa generation, there's a way we can integrate our learning process that they will be, even wherever they are in the world, they will be exporting knowledge back to Nigeria. But a hungry stomach that is struggling to collect their salary to teach they can't buy reagents to do research and development. All of those things that you see in Japan and augmented reality, 4D design, artificial intelligence, all those things are easy to achieve. If you can stabilize the curriculum and the calendar, and you can get people to sit down where they are. And many of these things that are being manifested now all over the world, they were research products of University of Benin in the 70s. You will find people in University of Ife in the even late 60s, early 70s, Ibadan, and all of that. The king of Saudi Arabia used to come regularly for a checkup in Ibadan. And you remember, I don't know if you know the story, when the queen came in 1956, she went to Ibadan. And there was a medical situation there. They told her, go to Ibadan. So it looked like she was just going to Ibadan for sightseeing, but she was able to be attended to there. And when she came back in the year 2000, she was taken to Abuja, and she was asking Obasanjo and co, where is that lovely hospital in the woods? That lovely hospital in the woods. You know? So that was what UCH Ibadan was. It was always number one, at worst, number two in the entire Commonwealth. Do you know that at a time, Lagos, the city of Lagos today, had the cleanest water in the Commonwealth for many years? Lagos had the cleanest water. So there's a lot we can do. All we need to do is you need to have a government first that is even aware of these things, that can create an environment where people can settle down. The saviors of this country will not be found in the villa. The saviors of this country will not be found in the National Assembly. They will be found in their little corners. Just teaching, cleaning, giving the best, attending to people. That's what makes a great civilization. It is not the big men that you see. It is the big man's job is to motivate the ordinary people to do extraordinary things in the corners where they are. That is what we lack in Nigeria. And that's what we are going to bring back.
Thank you so much once again. Mr. Uche, finally over to you.
Yes, I think my coffee is wearing off. Thank you so much once again. I want to commend everybody that came to this Nigerian virtual presidential debate. Presidential candidate for SDP, Prince Adewale Adebayo, thank you so much for coming, Your Excellency. Your Excellency Dumebi Kachukwu of African Democratic Congress. He was here for like roughly 2.5 hours, close to 3 hours, but he had to leave for a family commitment that we are already had a scheduled for. But I want to appreciate everybody that asked all their questions. Sorry we couldn't get to some of the questions if we couldn't make it, but we're all humans. We're not perfect here, but I think we had a awesome session across board. We answered almost all the questions that we can, and I think the candidates have done excellently well. I was really surprised to hear the collaboration that's even going on in the back end. Prince Adewale, I was really surprised to hear that all the back, the supporting one another, AAC, ADC, and other political parties that you've been supporting. And I think that's great to know that, but again, we don't want to work with the old order, but we're working with the net new set of ideology, net new set of ideas. And hopefully the electorate are going to see this. This is our own little way to give exposure in a different way, leveraging on social media and virtual technology. So thank you so much, everybody. I want to call it end the program here. And I want to wish everybody a wonderful 2023. Election is around the corner. We can all be disciples of alternative candidates. So take the word out there that, look, it's not just, we do quote and unquote, we don't have only 3 runner-ups. We have more than 3. We have almost 10 runner-ups, and the other alternatives are, trust us, they're even better than people you are putting up front. So I'm hoping that we're going to get more national debates that all the candidates will be given the opportunity to showcase themselves, and the electorate see that, and hopefully we can shake the table and get the alternative candidates more visibility and possibly and hopefully more votes. And you never can tell. Miracles do happen. We can see a change of government to an alternative that's never been in government before, and that's really what my dream is. That I don't want PDP, APC, anybody of that affiliation to even win. Let's get somebody fresh with a set of new ideas, a set of new ways of looking at the system, and change it for the better. So thank you, everybody, for coming, and I want to wish you all the best rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you all. God bless Nigeria.
God bless Nigeria. Thank you. It's not easy. Dr. Ayo, I see you.
Oh, Gayemi.
I see you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
How's everything?
Ewoko, easy. My voice.
Motimura Naija.
Oh, yeah, can you take off no kwakwa?
I was so happy at all. Rice up discussing.
Yeah.
With all I was able to do, like you said, follower.
Yeah.
5 local governments got back to me to give a thank you with the little I was able to do. However, my local government would only come back to request for more rice per ward. Even nonsense. I don't get it. I was like, come, no, that will not happen. It's not going to happen. So, but it's good. I'll be in Nigeria any moment from now. We'll continue from there. But thank God, the momentum is heightened. And
and I think we need to adopt what's happening in the top, right? Feel free to raise up your hands if you want to contribute. Everybody on the call. This is what we call JARA on top of the meeting. I think town hall meetings will be very effective, and the town hall meetings engaging the people in your constituency and trying to tap into their mindset that, look, one bag of rice, agolo rice, abo rice, I give you tomato, I give you vegetable. Would that feed the children you are going to born in the next 10 years? Would it feed the children you are going to born? Would it solve their educational problem? Would it solve the problem of insecurity? If I give you all this, where do you expect me to get the money to pay for all this?
That's true.
Right? These are critical questions, and this is not about I go school, I no go school. If person no go school, sit them down. Person wey no go school, sit them down. I give you this, I buy rice, I'm not buying for you alone, I buy for over 200 people, 500 people, 1,000 people. Run the numbers. That's almost 1 billion naira.
Yes.
I give you finish. I can't go federal government. I go federal. I collect 20 billion. You where they collect the rice. In fact, they would even do worse than you if they get to power. Those people that you are giving rice, if they have the opportunity that you have, they will do worse than the so-called people that are there.
Definitely.
And this is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. Nigeria will crash if we continue on this path. It's not a cause. Madam Christine.
Yes. Mr. Ayemi, thank you so much for this opportunity to sit up on stage. And His Excellency, Mr. Adewale, I really salute your courage, sir. Honestly, the experience is so bitter when you talk about this incentive issue. In fact, the so-called party faithful that you think they're there, they don't want this thing. In fact, this season, this Xmas will begin to unveil their actual character. It's so terrible. Every of the local government are calling. In fact, some will come with the intimidation and see they will beat the senator. Who is that senatorial candidate step? I just very tell us they want to she's contesting and she cannot even come and give us something at this period, this Christmas period. If she doesn't give us now, that is the end. In fact, I just use wisdom. We start calling meeting in groups, local government by local government, ask their leaders to come, the leaders of the world, the executive at the local government level to come. By the time we come on the right table, when you see their face, if not that me, I'm a very courageous person that is vote. I know I'm doing for the right thing, so there's nothing that can change me. So I take my time, allow them to talk. By the time I respond to them, sir, one part with laughing you. The only thing I just try to do is to make sure I get them on water, then transportation back to their local government because it's big far. Some of them will spend like 3,000-4,000 to come to here. So that is just what is on ground. It's so bitter that the politics of the whole. I'm even surprised to see our youth still shouting around those people, still collecting this guy. Like I said, I think you can show this collection. They will go back home. They will go and hide under their shelter. They will ashamed to come out. It's because we still encourage them, we still welcome them. If the youth can come out and shun them, go with your rights, go with your, oh yeah, we are tired. We are tired because by the time, like I used to ask them, do you prefer me to go and borrow money because I want to give you rights and you are not free? Then tomorrow when I emerge as the winner, I'll forget about it, I'll shut the door and be looking for more. Like I learned somebody is even selling filling station so that he can win. I don't have any filling station to sell. Neither do I have any money anywhere to go and borrow money. I don't have that money. I don't want to do the politics of my own because it actually wants me. And not just make it, but positive. We want to fight for the future of our children. I want Nigeria to be new again. I want to see a new dawn. We want things to be corrected. We want to see a workable environment. And by the time I finish telling them one or two things, giving them the point, persuading them, we see them go back to smiling. So that is when we find ourselves. I just feel now that's good. Because it's so sad to say that the body that is supposed to checkmate these people using this thing to confuse the electorate. They are not doing anything. There's nobody, there's no arrest that is being done, there's nobody to checkmate this SSC. So what are we talking about? It's not painful. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. It's nice being with you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Christie. It is a complicated situation, and unfortunately, our people are hungry. Good. However, I think at a time like this, you would expect the electorate to be the one pushing to have a change. But no, this is why we need a lot of sensitization. However, to move from a situation where people seem to be so timid and ignorant to a place where people get so reasonable and stands by what you would expect of a moving, walking society, you see, there is a wide gap. And that gap is where we are to bridge at the moment. Talking will work, but of course, at the same time, you are dealing with the devil. You want to make him a saint. You see, it takes some gradual process. So we need to be a little diplomatic within the gap at some point in time too. Of course, we shouldn't go and break our banks. We shouldn't become hungry, trying to make people fed up. So at this point, like you said, Mr. Awujide said, town hall meetings, I think those are kind of meetings that really do not give room for too much of bring. We want to ask questions, we want to answer questions. I'll be in Nigeria by next week. I have town hall meetings set up until 2 weeks to the election. I'm not doing any town rallies until 2 weeks to the elections. It's town hall in every local government, like twice a week. So if we're able to do that, that allows us to get more engaged. That allows us to actually speak more with the people. It allows them to ask questions. It gives us room to really be able to put our ideas, ideologies out there. I pray, our efforts are really complemented by grace, because election results at times, especially in countries, unpredictable countries like Nigeria, at times it gets determined the day of the election. So let's continue to do what we know to do best and continue to be hopeful and prayerful. I believe together we are able to do this. And when we gradually, Nigeria will turn around for the better. Thank you.
So just to add, I see a lot of ADC candidates are on the call right now. During the debate, we spoke about data, right? And what makes this election very unique is the incumbent is not seeking for re-election, right? President Muhammad Buhari is done. He's done his 8 years. So the space is open for a new contender. It's an open floor, right? So then number two, the demography of the PVC is different from what we had in 2019. There are a lot of young voters, and I'm quoting this from the data from INEC, 18 people between the age of 18 and 34, they owed 71%, a whoopee 71% of the permanent voters card, registered voters card. Whoopee 71%, 18 to 34, right? So now, again, the reason why I'm telling you guys this is David fought Goliath. He was very smart. God gave him the wisdom to fight Goliath. In fact, the people of David, some people were laughing at him that he was going to go and fight the Goliath. They didn't even believe in him, right? So the point of the story is we need to be very strategic and tactical in our way, in our campaign strategy, right? This data shows you that a certain age bracket holds that 71% of the PVC. So you need to be able to look at the strategy of how you can capture this audience, right? These are the Sorosuke, the NSAS, the Davido, the Tiwa Savage generation, the YouTube, the influencers on YouTube and all those stuff. So and a lot of them are undecided. You have a chunk of them that are undecided. Then we have the middle age between 35 and 49. They owed 19%. Then you go to 50 and 69, 17.8%. Then we have a huge female population within the registered PVC. Is almost 50.6% are female, while 49.4% are male. So we have a huge female demography that we need to be able to tap into and try to convince them to vote for your candidacy. So, and again, focus on your constituency, focus on it, and be very knock on doors. You know, do the traditional knock on doors, convince them, you know, tell them the reason why you're going to do things differently and how it's going to impact their own lives, right? So without trying to move away from the rice and t-shirts and vegetable oil way of campaign. Already I'm seeing videos of trucks of rice that they are loading. And look at the CBN policy that they're already pushing to extend it to end of June because they know they want that Naira, they have the old Naira stocked in their houses. And that's what they want to use to bribe people all across. I know the Electoral Act has, you know, criminalized vote buying or vote selling, but we all know how do they, you know, one thing is to have the law, another thing is to action it, to prosecute people, right? So just to wrap it up, I think all of you, I know it's difficult. I know it's a tough road ahead of you. The days are counting down. We are running right now. The days are just around the corner. But like Prince Adewale said earlier, and I share that same philosophy. It's not winning the election that's even the biggest challenge. Is actually delivering on your promises, delivering on your manifesto. That is where the biggest challenge is. So yes, work hard to be elected, put in all your effort, but when you win, the bigger work will now start. So thank you, everybody. Have a great day. Happy New Year. It's 2023 and the time is counting already. Have a great evening, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.